The Young Patriots Program is a new major youth development platform initiated by the ministry. The Young Patriot is in line with the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, and supports the National Youth Policy 2015 to 2020, specifically in relation to lack of access to culture and on social and nation building by young people. The Young Patriots Program has been established as a National Youth Service Program of the department. The fifth one is the skills development through bursaries. And this is led by the department as well. The Department of Arts and Culture also offers bursaries in the areas that are about cultural reclamation, that promote and contribute to the changing of the historic landscape of South Africa and ultimately promote social cohesion. These bursaries are offered in the heritage sector, that is museums as reflectors of history, and language services, the promotion of language use. The sixth program is Women in Arts Workshop. The main purpose of this program is to empower and assert the position of women in the arts within the socio-economic participation, whilst gender becomes a strong force in building a cohesive and generational poverty-free South Africa. The focus of the event is based on the women, especially young women, understanding and sustaining their business and also taking responsibility of their finances as entrepreneurs. This program empowers women in terms of business planning and management and investment. The seventh program is Intergenerational Clan Names Program. The program affords older persons the prospect to impart their knowledge to younger generation. The learners are empowered with interviewing, writing, and presenting skills. The Oral History Conference is a platform for young persons to recite their family clan names and to present research papers in order to enhance the learners' public speaking skills and also create awareness about the learners' family heritage and the South African heritage at large. The eighth one is Legends Unite for Change. This program is a campaign against gender-based violence which focuses on disadvantaged communities, for example, in Alexander. The campaign is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1 is research and identifying the problem. Phase 2, upliftment workshop. Phase 3, new experience in their own backyard. And phase 4, documenting the entire journey with the interviews and reports. The focus last year was on inspiring the community using performance as a driving force. We also partnered with young and old legends such as Ray Phiri and Thabo Comet Mamabolo to motivate and inspire young people. What was also important was to identify young legends who can continue the work that was started in their communities as part of the program for Unite to End Violence Against Women and Children. The 9th program is in Limpopo, the Limpopo Merit Awards. The purpose of this program is to offer children and youth the platforms to express themselves and also to build their self-esteem through the arts. The program promotes nation building and social cohesion. Children are presented with dance classes, music and drama classes with the aim of developing a children's band. Currently, 2 children's bands had been developing and will be given an opportunity to perform at events in the province. The 10th program chair is Omama Besixaxa Foundation. This program affords senior citizens the opportunity to bring state performances to disadvantaged areas. and gives young people the opportunity to showcase their talent and also contribute to job creation. Young people are given an opportunity to learn and perform umbaqanga and isicathamiya. Those are the programs as been asked, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Moshodi.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chair. Thanks, Honourable Minister, for sharing progress the department is making. Honourable Minister, as Tata Nelson Mandela said, I quote, "I admire young people who are concerned with the affairs of their community and nation, perhaps because I also involved in the struggle while I was still at school," close quote. My follow-up question, Honourable Minister, will be, what is your cooperation with the Department of Education in this regard? Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. We, understanding, Chair, the task of, amongst others, of arts and culture, of deepening national consciousness in our society to ensure that young people grow up to involve themselves, as Madiba would have said, in the affairs of their community. We have been engaging with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that history, proper history, South African and African history and the global history is compulsory at school. As we speak, the Department of Basic Education is busy with that research, and we hope that at the end of the day, it will enhance our programs, especially the Young Patriots program. This is the program where young people are given opportunity to serve their nation, to love their country, to be taught about loving their people and their country, to understand first and foremost the national signs and symbols, and understand where we come from as a society. And as a result, we are also interacting with public service and administration to ensure that the School of Governance takes up this matter so that the young people are accredited in understanding this very important concept of patriotism. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. Mhlonishwa Dlamini.
Ngibonge lesihlalweni. Ngibonge ku Minister. Ngicela kubuta mhlonishwa ukuthi sivamise ukukhohlakala ngale eMpumalanga. Ingabe ikhona yini luhlelo we project njengale? Sike saba ne project which was very good and related to the province, the line of the east, Ukhel Sibanze. It seemed to have died a natural death. Is it possible that we can resuscitate that project if we don't have such a project in our province?
So that I can be consistent in my ruling moving forward, the follow-up question must be linked to the original question. But I'll leave it to you, Honourable Minister, to deal with Honourable Dlamini, if you may.
Well, thanks. I will, Chair, because it's just given me an opportunity to share with the August House on different programs. The Lion of the East program, for instance, Kher Sibande, is part of a broader program, the Liberation Heritage Route. And Mpumalanga has provided examples of areas where we need to deepen such a program. Each province, out of all these provinces, we have 9 of them, each has provided us with 3 areas, sites, individuals who they feel are important in shaping the history of our country and in the attainment of democracy. That was just a bonus for you, member. Otherwise,
thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Blanche.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I'm really glad to learn about all the initiatives, the projects that you're rolling out in the country. I think that is an excellent idea. We in the NCOP, we are fortunate that, we are moving around quite a bit for oversight and otherwise. And the impression that one is getting is that, seemingly, it's not done to the same or, the same extent in your more rural areas. And I just want to confirm with you that that is in fact the case or not then. And what are you going to do, sir, to rectify this very important, thing that you are rolling out? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member for your question. I must say, Honorable Member, that at the level of MINMEC, we have such a good cooperation of almost all the MECs, and all of them, without fail, emphasize the issue of rural development and outreach programs to rural areas. Believe it or not, that includes Gauteng on rural programs, as it were. So I don't think that it's much of a challenge. Perhaps it will differ from one province to the other, depending on the machinery from one province to the other. I can admit to you that some provinces are ahead. For instance, the project I've referred to, the Liberation Heritage Project, which, by the way, we've been able to motivate for it at UNESCO level and at AU level. So some provinces are a bit ahead of others, but others some are coming. And I think that all of them, at the end of the day, the kind of programs which we are rolling out to provinces is going to filter down to all of them. I'm very confident on that. We have hard-working MECs, I must say.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, now that you made reference to this program of yours that refers to the National Liberation Heritage, in the promotion of social cohesion, I'm not sure to what extent do you go with regard to your programs in terms of also promoting social cohesion at intra-Africa level. In so doing, in my view, we'll be dealing with issues of xenophobia and so on. I am thinking at the back of my mind of a place in Tiloni Park, Manzini in Swaziland that was known during the underground years as Gamagogo. If such cannot be brought on board and be used as part of intra-Africa cohesion project.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Member. We have a very unique opportunity as Africa this time around to take the world through on what the cabinet added from the Liberation Heritage route to be resistance and liberation heritage route, to take through the world about who we are and where we come from, and how have we overcome colonialism on the continent Africa. So from that point of view, Honorable Member, we are well coordinated. For the continent, Tanzania is the convener of what UNESCO terms Road to Independence. It's the same program, which narrates a story in our terms, in our way, about how Africa has evolved over a period of time. That's one of the programs where we come together. We also come together on the program Africa Month, which is the month of May. I launched that 2 weeks ago for this year, which basically is about the reintegration of South Africa into the continent, socially, politically, economically, and culturally. So that program is also unfolding, because this is the festival of ideas through different genres of arts, culture, and heritage. We've been able to mobilize the entire continent to be part and parcel of the process, so that we deal with whatever ills, be they xenophobia, be they Afrophobia, or what have you, but the programs are unfolding, and the continent is on board on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 99, asked by Honorable Hatting. 99.
99?
Yes. By Honorable Hatting.
So you, no, Hatting, so what?
The one that is dealing with which 6 largest cultural festivals were supported by his department in the 2016-17
Yes.
financial year. That's question 99.
I know them by heart. That's why the paper has disappeared. You know, Chair, I'll count those. He wanted 10. I'll count some of them. The first one is Cape Town Philharmonic and Jazz Orchestra. We allocated 10.7 million rands for 2016-2017. The second one is KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, which is 10.3 million rands. The third one is Indoni Youth Development of South Africa, there 10 million rands. The fourth one is Cape Town Jazz International Festival, there it's 8.4 million rands. The fifth one is Imbogoto Women Program, there it's 8 million rands. The sixth one is Discop in Gauteng, which is 5 million rands. The seventh one, as an addition, is National Arts Festival in Grahamstown, Eastern Cape, which is 5 million rands. The eighth one is Standard Bank Joy of Jazz in Gauteng, which is 4 million rands. I can go on and on and on.
Can you see even at your back, Minister, somebody from Free State is crying about Makufe. Honorable Hatting.
Baie dankie, agbare waarnemende voorsitter. Ek wil graag weet, watter kriteria word deur die minister en die departement gebruik om te bepaal watter van hierdie kunstefeeste word ondersteun? En die kunstefeeste nie noodwendig orkeste nie. Ek sou graag wil weet, en dan ook daar is groot kunstefeeste waarvan ons kennis dra wat lyk asof hulle glad nie ondersteun word nie, maar ek dink ek sal by daardie vraag kom in 'n skriftelike vraag aan die minister. Baie dankie.
Honorable Minister.
Lapha into esiyibuke kakhulu ukuthi njengongqongqoshe nanjengomnyango ikuphi lokho okuzoqhubela phambili amasiko namaciko esizwe. Yilokho ke siyesibuke mhlala ngaphambili. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I just wanted to check, beside the department, there are other entities that are contributing financially to these activities. I wanted to find out...
Sorry, Honorable Khai. Honorable Hatting.
Agbare voorsitter, die minister het glad nie die vraag geantwoord nie. Ek wil graag spesifieke kriteria hê wat mens kan sê, hier is die kriteria waaraan 'n kunstefees moet voldoen.
Honorable Hatting.
Hey, why did the question?
No, Honorable Hatting. I was listening to the minister. The Honorable Minister outlined the criteria. You asked the criteria, outline it.
No, criteria is something that you can
Let
write
us
down
not
and say,
debate it.
I will follow, not.
No, Honorable Hatting. Let us not get into that. Honorable
Thank
Khai.
the Chair, I will get him later.
Honorable Khai.
Thank you again, Honorable House Chairperson. I was saying that other than the department, there are also other entities of government that are contributing financially to the activities that the ministers has outlined. I wanted to check if perhaps there are negotiations with the people that are convening these activities to ensure that objectives of government are taken into account. One, the job creation, two, the transformation, particularly the involvement of black people in these activities like Cape Town Jazz Festival. There were a lot of department entities that were involved financially there. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. Indeed, Honorable Member. We are considering, well, let me start by saying that part of the criteria is job creation and youth development. We also emphasize on women empowerment in the programs. There are projects which we sometimes cancel, and there are others which are candidates for this year who do not fulfill that criteria. Because mainly here, you work with civil society, different entities in communities, who then become the points people for the programs themselves. But they know that there is an agreed criteria which would see us contributing positively into our GDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. Honorable Minister, I see people are pleading cases for the areas where they come from. I heard you mentioning areas. There is another jazz festival, Uku Jazz Festival, which was initiated by the first mayor of Uku some years ago. It is still running even today, so it's a very good project. That mayor was Mdomuhle Kaul. I didn't hear you saying anything about it. It has changed its calendar to the month of June. Just wanted to find out if there is still space for Uku district to negotiate for that festival to also get funding, because it's a very big festival. It has got very good objectives. So I'm pleading the case for that one. Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, Honorable Member, point taken about Ugu Jazz Festival. I must say, Chair, that indeed this is one of the flagship programs, which is a success story. But, Honorable Member, I would say to you that, which I've also raised with my counterparts in the province, that in line with our approach to provinces, we have at least 2 provincial flagship programs of the province's choice. I think, Honorable Member, the province of KwaZulu-Natal can do better, can still do much better. You know, look, the Cape Town Jazz Festival, for instance, has assumed this global stature precisely because of the destination, Cape Town. And KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, can do what Cape Town is doing, and even more, you know, climate-wise and so on and so forth. You have, for instance, in Gauteng and Free State, I heard the honorable member, nobody does know about Makufe today. In Gauteng, the Joy of Jazz has been a success story and so on. But each and every province is always encouraged to do better because there are resources. All what it needs is the province to put the concepts together and make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mangete. The last follow-up question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngqongqoshe owami umbuzo uyisicelo at the same time ukuthi ngimzwile ungqongqoshe eqaleni usinikeze ama-program amaningi axuba i-youth abayaxube nabantu besifazane and ngiyakholelwa ukuthi lokho nikwenzela ukuthi kube khona ukuthi kuhlomulwe kwezomnotho ilezo zinhla zomphakathi. Ngocela-ke ngqongqoshe ukuthi ey'ndaweni ezinjengalezi ko-Cape Town kulama-festival amakhulu ekakhulukazi ngaphansi komkhakha wezobuciko, performing artists, there's always been an outcry that they get left out of the processes and they don't get to benefit economically. Now, I just want to verify mechanisms in your department to ensure with all population groups, but particularly those that were previously disadvantaged to benefit from those programs. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Well, let me say that I think we have made a clear footprint nationally, especially with the flagship programs, but mainly in big cities. Not so many people know about the activities in Mapungubwe, for instance, in Limpopo. Yet you have activities there. What we're looking into going forward is that such flagship programs which has established themselves, like Makufe, like here, Cape Town Jazz Festival, we want them to self-sustain so that we're able to release those resources for much lower levels. Like if you talk about Ugu, not many people know about Ugu, but they will know where is Durban and so on. Ugu, it means the person who was a mayor there didn't do a good job, you see, so people don't. But we really want to really get down to those smaller towns and torpes which have not been favored as the big cities. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 125, asked by Honorable Mokwele. Initially, I was made to understand that Honorable Matebula, but Honorable Mokwele now is in the house.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Improving the lives of all South Africans is the commitment made by this administration and building on the work that has been done since 1994. Various spheres of government have been allocated specific tasks by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Due to budgetary constraints, the Department of Arts and Culture, whenever a project is planned, will pick up on the central point where a majority of people from around will be able to access and use the project. We also intervene when there are specific requests from provinces, especially provincial governments, to assist them. There are 2 libraries in the area which is being inquired on. that are servicing the community of Madikwe. These two institutions are meant to encourage a culture of reading within our community, especially in Madikwe, because South Africa is one of the lowest in the world in terms of reading in communities. So we do more in ensuring that our libraries are working for that purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mokwele.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke a leboga minister. Potso ya ka mo go wena minister ke lebogela karabo e o imphileng yona. Mare tla ke go tlhagisetse ntlha e nngwe ya gore o itse gore ko Madikwe library e o buang ka yona e na le dingwaga di le 6 ya agilwe. E na le dingwaga di le 6 ya agilwe e butswe ngwaga o fetileng. Me ga iseng ke ebe e nne le ga ile buka e le nngwe. Ene sekgala sa go tswa Madikwe go ya Tlokweng ke sekgala sa dikilometara di ka nna 20. Ka jalo baagi ba Madikwe ba go thata gore ba fitlhelele library eo gore ba kgone go itokafatsa mo maphelong a bone. Ka jalo ya no potso ya ka mo go wena minister ke gore a ga gona sepe se o se dirang ga o na le di MEC from different provinces in terms of them assisting you to prioritize in terms of your budgeting, prioritizing the needs of the people per specific areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable Minister.
Say, Honourable Member, for your follow-up question. Yezwakala lento ishoyo, ngikuzwa kahle. Futhi ke ngizokhuluma nozakwethu kuleya sifundazwe ukuthi sibone ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani lokho kushoyo, ngoba uzokhumbula ukuthi indaba zomtapo yolwazi ikakhulukazi kuye kubanjiswane kuhulumeni wesifundazwe nohulumeni wasekhaya. Kusho ukuthi ke ngalendlela thina ke sizosebenza ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi bayakwazi ukukhuluma umphakathi waseMadikwe ukwazi ukuhlomula. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Whilst the Minister says he will talk to his counterparts at local government level, I also want to ask him whether he will talk to his counterparts at province to find out what is going on with the monument erected for President Jacob Zuma, because it's a very
Honourable Julius. Honourable Julius.
Can you ask him to answer?
Yeah, assist me, make my life to be much easier. Can you take your seat? When I was dealing with Honourable Dlamini, I made it clear that for us to be able to continue with these questions, a follow-up question must be linked to the original question. You can't come with a new question that is not linked to the original question. So that's my plea, not only to you, but to all the members of this National Council of Provinces. Thank you.
Yes. It's the question is based on the answer, Chairperson. That's why I didn't ask it in any other questions. I'm asking it now, talking to counterparts at other spheres of government. I just want an undertaking from the Minister, whether he will also do that in terms of the monument that will be erected for President Jacob Zuma. But I also think, Chairperson, in all fairness, House Chair, that you need to give the Minister the opportunity to answer.
I'm going to do that. I'm doing that.
ANC question.
I'm doing that. Honourable Minister, it's entirely up to you to entertain the question from Honourable Julius.
Well, I'm happy, Honourable Chair, that the Honourable Member has suddenly realized that there has to be intergovernmental relations, rather than wanting to get an answer from me of a budget of the province. It's not a difficult thing to talk to the province. We'll talk to the province. But I'm really thanking him for seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Khai.
Thank you, House Chair. I think impendulo yombuzo bendizaba nayo umphathisa uye waphendula kuyo ngethuba ephendula Honorable Mokwele. Kwiveke pheleyo xa besise ekomitini sile committee sidilisana nedepartment yakwa-tourism. Enye yento eyayavela pha ukuthi yaqala njani i-business kwesa startup okubizwa uba ivilakazi pha eSoweto. Kuthiwa kwaqala umuntu oyi-1 wathatha i-risk yokuthi angenza i-business njengoba seyiflourisha nje i-business kwesa strato. Mhlambe kukuthi i-department izame uthetha ne-counterparts zayo nje bisitsho mhlambe ukuthi kunga-encouragewa njani abantu balawadi nesa strato ngokupopularizer iqhawe eli so that babenefite ngoba behlala kwesa strato is the same way lo ayenze ngalo hlobo pha evilakazi street.
Honorable Khai, I'll allow the minister if it's ready to respond or comment about what you are raising, because the original question by Honorable Mokwele was dealing about her ward, and now we were just taking advantage of the situation, but I'll leave it to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. I'm generous today, and I would venture into what he has asked. You know, Honorable Member, Vilakazi Street is so popular, not only in South Africa. In fact, the first publication I came across about Vilakazi and how entrepreneurs started their work and how booming it is was in Germany. Which says that it attracts people not only from around the continent, but across the globe. It is a model, I must say. It is a model. What can be, I think, a lot of us from different areas can learn a lot from that particular initiative. Because when you have an approach where you put on the table your ideas and you want people to help you when you are already implementing your ideas, is much better than coming with the cap in hand, not even having an idea, but knowing that you want something out of the system. So I think that we can learn a lot from that process, even though, as you say, it's a question which is more of sharing information, say level. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question number 124. I'm reliably informed that Honorable Ncita will be standing in for Honorable Manopule. Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. The Department of Arts and Culture has considered the documentation of the history of youth in the fight against colonial oppression. But I must say, Chair, that consideration has been located within this huge project. I hope one day we'll have time, Chair, to go through each province, to look into how each MEC and leadership of each province have viewed this particular project of the resistance and liberation heritage route. So therefore, the youth one is part and parcel of the project. And this resistance and liberation heritage project, as we said, is a national memory project aimed at identifying, recognizing, celebrating, and commemorating heroes and heroines, including unsung heroes and heroines, sites, places, and events associated with resistance and liberation. The Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Project is cognizant of various sector contributions in the fight against colonialism and oppression. such as the role of women, of youth, of trade unions, of intelligentsia, of religious leaders, and so on. The contribution of these sectors, including the contribution of the youth, is recognized through the following work streams. 1, heritage infrastructure development, tourism and marketing of sites related to the role of youth in the struggle. 3, alternative forms of memorialization, such as film, plays, books on youth in the struggle. The 4th one, the research and development of content on the role of youth in the struggle. 5th, community engagement, beneficiation, heritage, conservation, and protection. And the last one, the communication about places and events related to the contribution of the youth in the struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ngita.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, what I would like to know, in line with your response on the programs that you have started as a department in terms of ensuring that there is a program of dealing with the heritage of contribution of young people in the struggle. I would like to know then if there are programs that you have with different countries, especially here in Africa, to learn and share from each other, so that when they write the history of Africa, we are able to be part of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Absolutely, Honourable Member. As we said, one of the things we emphasized when we're given this responsibility, Chair, was that the department has much more deeper role in society. And as a result, it's not an accident that it's the department responsible to coordinate outcome 14 of nation building and social cohesion. We spoke about the social cohesion program, for instance, and the role of young people there. The Africa Month program, where we interact with the continent and the diaspora on different projects. We have, for instance, as we term it, the Festival of Ideas, we have colloquia, and each year we organize young people to be part of this. And in each year, because this is the 3rd year of the Africa Month program, in each year we get one giant of literary giant to ensure that young people in that area, they also contribute. When we started, our guest was Ben Okri. It was Wally Shoyinka last year to get youth on board. And this year, it's going to be Nguki Wathiongo. So we do all this so that we broaden the horizon of youth in our country and the continent to understand, first and foremost, what is happening on the continent Africa. Because if you talk to young people, they will tell you more about the European history and so on, but they wouldn't understand what is happening here at home. So these projects are aimed at cross-pollination amongst us as African states, particularly for youth, so that they prosper. But also the performing art areas, in the performing arts areas, we have these exchange programs. We started here this year with Algeria and Gabon, where we send young people of South Africa from all genres of arts, of culture, of heritage, to spend some time in that country, and then have the youth of that country coming to South Africa with that particular exchange. And we hope that through culture, we'll be able to deepen these ties which bind us as Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mokwele.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Minister, ke a leboga Potsonyana ka inyanenyana fela ke gore ke tlhole le wena gore diprojeke tse le di dirang jaaka lefapha tsa go golola bomme mo kgathalelong a ke diprojeke tse e leng gore le ikaelela fela gore le godise serodumo sa bomme fela gore ke bomme kgotsa le dira diprojeke tse e leng gore ko bofelelong ba letsatsi rona jaaka bomme ro iphitlhela e le gore re gololesegile mo moeng mo tlhaloganyong le mo go nneng le seemo sa gore re ipele ka setso sa rona go ya go ile. Ke a leboga mo. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Member is spot on here because I don't know that. It's spot on, Chair, because when we talk development, we're not talking of a passive recipient. We talk of people who are championing the programs. When it comes to the decolonization of the mind, for instance, which is the key program of Africa Month, this is where we see the participation and leadership of women at a local level, because the emphasis here is that we've had these programs in our cities, but let's have them in the townships. Let's have them in the rural areas, so that whatever happens, the information and knowledge gap is bridged through the programs themselves. So if, Honorable Member, you can always be like this, I think we will go far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 105, which is the last question for you today from Honorable De Blanche. 105.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I think this is one of the important questions asked by the member. The department, perhaps let me start by saying, before getting into the statistics here, just to understand the context. The study was done in 2013 about the contribution of what is called cultural and creative industries. And it came out that the industry contribute 2.9% into the GDP, which is 90.5 billion rands. And we said that it's interesting to note, because in most cases, the information about the area, the industry is not shared. And as a result, people do not understand the vastness of the area, because it covers everything which has to do with arts, with culture, with heritage, which is a world of areas, as it were. But specifically, for 2016-2017, the department created 7,590 job opportunities during this period. The first quarter, it was 813 jobs. The second quarter was 1,204. The third and fourth quarter, we went down. Those 2 quarters produced 135 jobs. There were cultural events funded under 100,000 rands are 9. The flagship programs we've spoken about a lot here. 4,354 jobs created with it. During Africa Month last year, we created 610 jobs. The touring ventures, 404 jobs. Community arts centers, 61 jobs. All in all, it was 7,590. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable De Blanche.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister. That was really insightful. My own perception is that at the moment, maybe we are, not really, I think we are scratching the surface because, looking at our traditional markets where people are coming from visiting this country, there is a huge interest in cultural things and especially African culture. Now, Minister, therefore, South African arts and culture have the potential to be developed into an area of employment for many more talented South Africans. Now, the establishment of development centers in underdeveloped areas, I think, will stimulate interest, development, and obviously the development of skills. Now, my question is, Mr. Minister, has the department started with such centers in the country? And if so, where specifically? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Chair. There is no doubt that the cultural and creative industries are the catalyst for economic growth. Implemented to their fullest, will see this sector contributing more into the GDP, as it were. We have, Honorable Member, over a period of time, established the community arts centers. And I must say that, again, what you wish for and envisage sometimes doesn't go that way. Some of the community arts centers are white elephants today, because we believe that we need to do more in mobilizing society to love activities of arts. I don't know how many of members here have visited heritage sites, for instance, here in the country. I'm talking at this level. So you can imagine when you go into the communities. So there is a lot of work which need to be done to motivate people to understand the importance. If you look at the developed economies of the world, the area of culture and creative industry has played a key role in their development. As we speak now, in the world, this industry employs 1% of the global population. So it means that there is potential. We can still do more by ensuring that which we have, we are able to support. Because part of the problem is that even with finished products, people sometimes admire them, but cannot assist those who took time and effort to do whatever they are doing, to go beyond appreciation, buying them and so on and so forth. So all that needs a lot of work amongst all of us in society, so that at the end of the day, we don't have important centers, but becoming white elephants. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to know from the Minister, direct follow-up on that one. More or less, how long do these centers stay white elephants? How long in terms of years, months, and so forth? You really gave us the certainty that you're trying to do something in terms of that. But for us to really trust that, we need to know how long was it actually white elephants, more or less, the minimum of this. I'm just afraid that the monument that you don't know about of President Zuma will also be a white elephant.
Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister.
What was his question? I don't think that he was clear about his question. Because you see,
Order members,
the communities themselves and the leaders need to play a role in making people understand and appreciate what their own are doing in their own communities. And that will take the work of all of us in communities to ensure that indeed our people are helping those who are, upcoming entrepreneurs in the field, but also in their own rights as artists, that they will only survive insofar as there is going to be a local support. So the local support is being emphasized here, which I think all of us have a responsibility to ensure that we reach that point of self-sustaining our own in our own communities. Thanks.
thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Chairperson. I do hear what the Honorable Minister is saying in terms of the role that the communities need to play. But I think the department too needs to also be effective in also playing their role. Because quite noticeably is that when it comes to the urban areas, there will be a lot of attention that will be given to such centers and sites. But when it comes to rural areas, they are really struggling, and that is hence the issue of white elephants and white rhinos. I don't know why not white lions. Why always white elephants? Why can't it be white lions at some stage? Let me make examples, Honorable Minister. You see, in KwaZulu-Natal, there is a very important route which starts from Stenga, you go to a shore where you have got Kwabulawayo, you go to Kwamteto, you have got the monument of Inkosi Dingiswayo. You come to Olundi, where you have got King Cetshwayo's residence, you have got Mgundlovu, King Tingane's residence, Tunarga Pitritif, Emakosini Valley, go up the battlefields, you have got Isandlwana, the battlefields, but that is not promoted, you see, and all those are rural areas. As a result, people don't know, and the promotion of it is in a very small scale. Now, my question is, what is your department doing to assist in such instances so that these sites also get international attention and you get tourists from all over? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Honorable Member, and thanks for your question. Some of the areas and sites which the Honorable Member mentioned are well known internationally, like Isandlwana. They are well known. When I said that it will need all of us to play our role, I was saying that understanding very well that one department won't be able to achieve that. Because how many sites do you have in South Africa? Let me say, starting from one province. Some are still coming because people are continuously identifying that. No, it's the job of all of us. Because some of these, the Department of Arts and Culture has actually contributed in establishing them and ensuring that where they are, there's local government, there's provincial government, and at a national level, it would be difficult to oversee all these sites, which are ever growing, by the way. And indeed, I emphasize the point that including communities, including partnering with the private sector, especially on the promotion. Some of the sites, Honorable Member, you spoke of are not known to other South Africans. There are some you would not know from other provinces as well. So what it means is that a lot of work is needed here because each one of us can do this much so that the rest would need the rest of us to ensure that indeed we do our own. So for instance, if you talk about KwaDukuza, nobody would say it doesn't know Ilembe. Wherever you are in the world, not in South Africa or Africa, wherever you are in the world. But what is it that has not made that very important site more than what it is? Because it has to be more than what it is, given the contribution of Umfoka Senzangakhona. Now, I think, Chair, in all fairness, we need, first and foremost, I'm glad with the level of engagement here, because what it says is that we think about this. We think about our richness as a society, not only in material gains, but those intangible values, those important sites, which by and large have to do with our spirits and understanding their importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and do two things on behalf of the leadership of NCOP. Honorable Sisulu Mozeha and Honorable Mteto, we apologize. According to our plan, we're supposed to finish both Mozeha and Honorable Mteto earlier on. And we know you have your own diary. And at 2 o'clock, we're supposed to start with Honorable Minister Sisulu, and she was here exactly at that time, but it's because of the engagement we are talking about. But thanks a million times for the cooperation, Honorable Minister. We are done with you. We are getting to the next two. Thank you. Honorable Mteto. We now come to basic education. Since morning you were with us, Honorable Minister. We are starting with question number 75 from Honorable Makwebu.
Okay.
And honorable members, let us be alive. If we have got follow-up question, it's not going to be an afterthought. Once it's responding, your hand is not up, I'll move to the next question. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the response is that, yes, indeed, the Eastern Cape is one of the 3 lowest performing provinces in the country, but are also encouraged by the fact that 2016, they had a 2.5 increase in terms of their performance, which gives us hope that there are green shoots that shows that the province is on the mend and is on the right trajectory. So the question is, what is it that we do as a national department? So as a national department, we have what we call National Strategy for Learner Attainment, which is a key driver to ensure improved learning outcomes in all provinces, including the Eastern Cape. And as DBE, we support this strategy, but Eastern Cape in particular we give it the most attention as compared to other provinces. They have recently appointed a very good DG, SG, Mr. Kojani. We have ourselves between the national and provincial departments seconded a number of key and very successful education managers. The former head of department of DBE, Duncan Hindle. We've also seconded Penny Vinjevold, who was a SG of the Eastern Cape. We've also recalled the CEO, a gentleman who was a CEO at National Department to support the province. So we can say that, Chairperson, there are green shoots and there is a process to assist the Eastern Cape. So as part of the targeted initiatives, we can say we visit the province quite regularly. We've conducted a 3-day school governing body summit in the Eastern Cape. We have maths intervention programs at different regions of the Eastern Cape. There are other interventions also around, including maths and physical science education development in the area. We also partner with institutions of higher learning, but more important, we continue to monitor the Eastern Cape Learner Support Plan for 2017, which focuses on effective utilization of the results analysis, the management, coordination, and monitoring of learner performance, the capacity of the province and districts, teacher development initiatives, improving accountability, and ensuring that there's effective management in the province. So in general, we have a number of interventions that we're doing to ensure that the province is improving. But as I say, there are green shoots. There is hope that things are moving in the right direction in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Makwebo.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Minister, as you are saying, there are green shoots. Be that as it may, you are aware that in the last 5 years, the Eastern Cape has been on the bottom of the list, has been the worst performing metric results. And I appreciate that there are interventions, you say they're in place, there's constant monitoring. But my question is, can you give us an undertaking if the Eastern Cape backslides and it drops, because even the improvement is so insignificant. If the Eastern Cape come this current class now, 2017 metric pass rate, if they backslide, they drop, you will then invoke the provisions of Section 100, subsection 1, paragraph B, subparagraph I, wherein the national minister or the national government has then the right to enforce, to take over the provincial competence where it is not delivering. And therefore, if that moment comes, you would give us that undertaking that you would take over and invoke the provisions of the Constitution. That is Section 100, subsection 1, subparagraph B1. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
No, Chair, I cannot make that undertaking, that I'll invoke Section 101B. We've done Section 101B in the Eastern Cape. It did not work very well. And what is effectively working, it's the strategy we're using of working collaboratively with them, because you can't, as national department, take over a province. Even the number of people employed in the Eastern Cape are not even half of what I employ as a minister national. So they even have more people than I have. So all we could do is to work with them and make sure that we support them. And this approach that we have used, the one that we are saying is giving us green shots. So if it doesn't work, I can't make that undertaking. We'll have to go back to the drawing board and say what else, or where did we go wrong? But from the interventions we've been doing, they've been working, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Hatting.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, noting that the department stated in court papers filed in the Grahamstown High Court that SATU's blocking of teacher deployment had over the years resulted in overstaffing at some schools, understaffing at others, over expenditure of its personnel budget, and resultant shortages in other parts of the budget. Quoting from court papers filed by the department. Now the question, how has SATU's manipulation of the placement of educators influenced the Eastern Cape outcomes during the period, the last 5 years, as my colleague stated, when they were actually right at the bottom of matric results? And secondly, the court order spanning over the period 2018, 2019, 2020, has that been implemented right now, or are we still living in the legacy?
It's a follow-up question. Honourable Minister.
Chair, as I said, the interventions we're making are to help with administrative challenges which have to deal with most of the issues raised. Finance, that's why we had to recall a CEO who's retired. We took Penny Vinjevold from here to go and help set up help them with administrative systems. We've got Duncan Hindle also, who has been sent there to go and help them with administration. The SATU story, I don't know where it comes from. Because as I said, the problems were administrative with the administration. SATU is a teachers' organization. So I don't know about this manipulation of administrative problems. They're not administrators. The administrative problems are with the administrators of the province. So this SATU obsession, I'm really not sure where it comes from.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini.
There is only
Can you have your mic? Yes.
Yeah, Chair, there is only one Honorable Dlamini. Thank you, Chair. I think to be positive, always assist. Our wish as Parliament is to see this province going up like any other province. We do appreciate the increase that they have received, but we cannot anticipate now that they will backslide. That is why I'm saying positive thinking always assists, because you plan according to what you wish to achieve. My follow-up, Chair, is that in terms of the province itself, I know, Honourable Minister, that you cannot directly monitor the province. Our take as a committee, we had an oversight in the Eastern Cape. I think some of the issues that are coming from Honourable Hutton are coming from on the issues that were raised by the officials from education. But what we also observe ourselves is a commitment by the province, which maybe you can encourage them, even though you cannot directly instruct them that they must be hands-on. When we were there throughout the visit, they did not pitch up, except on the last day where we saw the acting HOD, SG by then. We just wish to see them to be more hands-on like you do as the national government, but we do appreciate the increase in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. It was a positive comment. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I wanted to ask a question on the matric pass rate of Wani, but I thought it would be very much unfair because you weren't part of the group that ran away from the people the other day. So I would stick to this one. Honorable Minister, there's a worrying phenomenon happening in provinces in our schools, where, and it's called culling, where principals will hold back learners. And we know we had that process about 2-3 years ago. We said these learners that weren't supposed to pass, we put them over to grade 12. Now there's a new phenomenon where principals, in order to increase their pass rate, they will deliberately hold back learners. And this was confirmed by your Deputy Director General. Are you aware of this phenomenon? Did you get a report? And would you also undertake, if you didn't get the report, will you undertake to investigate this matter and come back to us, please? Thank you.
Honorable Julius. No, I'll leave it to the minister if it's ready to entertain it, but it's not linked to the original question. It's a new question. Honorable Minister.
Chair, can you entertain it by stating that Vuani actually had the best results in Limpopo last year? Surprise, surprise. So they really had the best results in the entire province. But in terms of the retention of learners, Chair, that's why we instituted the policy on progression, which is not only to deal with culling, but we felt that instead of throwing learners who by policy were supposed to get out of school because they would have either failed their grade 11 twice or thrice or they are overaged, it's to give them additional support and progress them to grade 12. And some of them again have surprised us. They not only passed, but they got bachelors, and some even got distinctions in the subjects which they were struggling with. But you're quite right, I'm just being polite. It's not part of the question. I'm just being generous with the...
Thank you. No, that was the fourth question follow-up. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 71, asked by Honorable Kaul. Is Honorable Kaula in the House? Oh. Honorable Minister.
No, Chair, the question is about subjects which were taken up or down. So the answer is that of the 58 subjects that were presented by the Department of Education, 26 subjects were kept as they were, so the marks were not taken up or down. 28 marks were adjusted upwards, and 4 were adjusted downwards. Then the question wants details. Chair, it's going to take me the whole day to read you the details, so I can give the member, it's here, it's attached as annexure because it wants a full detail about which subject, which went which other.
No, it's allowed in terms of the rules to just table.
Yeah, so I'll table the annexure. And then the second part of the question that, again, of the 58 subjects that we had sent to Umalusi for standardization, as I say, of the 59 subjects, 29 raw marks were kept because they want now the 2015. The one I gave you was 2016. So in 2015, we presented 59 subjects. And 29 of the subjects were kept as they were. And then 30 were adjusted downwards out of the 59. So 29 was kept as it is, and then 30 was adjusted downwards. And again, the question wants me to give details, again, it's attached as Annexure B. So I will hand over the annexure to the member or to the House, because it's going to take me the whole afternoon to read the details of what has been asked for.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Kaula.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, thanks. I think you made a mistake there in 2015. You say 30 adjusted downwards. Did you mean down or up? 2015, you said 30 adjusted downwards.
29 was accepted.
Yeah, 30 adjusted.
Honourable Kaula, you know that you can't talk direct to the
No,
minister.
but Chair, I can't make my follow-up because
That is why-
there's a mistake.
That is why, in terms of the rules, it's allowed if the question in nature is dealing with statistics, it can be of written reply. So
Okay, let me
the
use
challenge
my-
is to do justice to the question because there is that detailed information from the minister.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Thanks, Honourable Minister. My concern here, Honourable Minister, is in respect of whether we are improving as a country, in respect of the quality of our results. When you look at this, in 2015, you have got adjustments in 30 subjects upwards. And in 2016, you have got the adjustment again in 28 subjects upwards. The only down in 2016 is only 4 subjects. In other words, subjects where learners were subtracted marks was only 4 subjects. But in 2016, subjects where learners had to be given marks is 28 subjects. It's a concern in respect of quality. What is the department going to do in respect of this? Because it shows that we are not improving at all. It's a big concern. For example, Honourable Minister, in Maths Lit, the adjustment by Umalusi was from 38% to 71%. The overall was 38%, but after adjusting, the overall was 71%. Now, this talks volumes in terms of the quality results that we get. What is the department doing in terms of, so that this is not seen as manipulation of results, it is standardization. Because if it goes like that, really it's not standardization, it's manipulation. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
No, Chair, the member should check his facts. You can never moderate beyond 10%. It's not possible. So that you could adjust from 34 to 7, it's just completely untrue. It doesn't, Umalusi will not do it. So it's not true what the member is saying, which is unfortunate. And the question of standardization, if member had been in the teaching or education fraternity, we even do it at universities to standardize marks year on year. It's an old phenomenon. It's not a phenomenon that came with the democratic government. It's an external examined phenomenon. So the member should not even be excited about it. It's there. And it's going to be there even after you and me have left government, because we found it as part of an educational practice. And there are reasons why you have an independent body to regulate and moderate your marks. It's part of moderation everywhere, even at a school level. As teachers, we sit after we get the To moderate marks, it's a normal thing, but the 10 thing, the 34 to 70, I can vouch it's purely untrue. I don't want to use strong language. It's very, very untrue. It's not true.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mangete.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to agree with the Honourable Minister that it is a practice not only for the external candidates, but also even the grades between grade 1 and 12, it is actually done. There are various factors that are taken into account in order to effect either downward adjustment or upward. But I thought that the Minister would actually clarify us or explain to ordinary parents like myself out there, in order to avoid this perception ukuthi izingane ziphiwe ama-marks. Aziphiwe ingane ama-marks. Kodwa kukhona izinto ezibhekwe that lead to the marks being adjusted either upwards or downwards. Ngingathi mhlawumbe uNgqongqoshe angemceli akachaza ukuthi kusuke kwenziwa kususwa yini ukuthi a-adjust ama-marks ey'ngane.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. With moderation, you adjust marks to make sure that you maintain the same quality. So the child who passed grade 12 in 2012, in terms of the same quality, it will be the same quality outcome even in 2020. So the moderation is done even very technically, it's done scientifically to deal with the human factor that would have affected from both marking, from the setting of exams, and that's why there's a need that before you release results, you have to get, as I say, technical instrument by an independent body, which like Umalus, which has no interest in whether results go up and down, to check if indeed the standard has been maintained through a different human factors that could have impacted on the results. And that's why the moderation can't even be done possibly by even ourselves if we are viewed as having an interest. It's done by an independent body using scientific tools and instruments. It's done through, as I say, by statisticians analyzing, and that's why we invite political parties at the end of the results to take through members of the party so that they understand how the adjustment process and how the technical process gets. It's a very technical process. I can't claim to really say I have the expertise. It's only done by experts. And so it's an international trend which is done through international instruments and international processes. So, but it's really to make sure that you maintain the standards and can manage the human factor which can deal with this manipulation that the member is worried about to say there's a risk that we don't want a kid. Who wants to dump their own kids?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now come to question 82 from Honourable Faber. Honourable Minister. Question 82 is from Honourable Faber.
Okay. So the question really is about infrastructure, and that the 3 years targets that we have relating to minimum norms and standards in the public schools, where schools were rebuilt entirely from inappropriate material, as well as schools that do not have access to any form of water and supply. So most of the provinces did not meet their targets. They had to revise plans which were accepted. In particular, the provinces which had some challenges, for instance, here in the Western Cape, just as we were advanced with the building, there were serious structural problems which had to cause us almost a year's delay because we had to get structural engineers to come and assist us with the interpretation of the plan. So there were real technical problems that were unforeseen in 3 schools here in the Western Cape. In Eastern Cape in particular, we had technical problems because we had to deal with rationalization. Because as we were building schools, you could see that with rapid urbanization, what you had planned 5 years back was no longer relevant and numbers had declined, so we had to revise the entire plans that we have. So again, that's why we didn't meet the 3 years targets. We are collecting information on water, sanitation, and electricity, and we will be able to provide even this house with a verified report as soon as it's completed. So we don't have a final report around water, sanitation, and electricity. But the long and short is the 3 years plans were not, yeah, we didn't reach our targets for technical reasons, especially in those 2 provinces.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Faber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to know if the Minister can perhaps give us an indication by when these targets would be met. You know, and I'm asking this question, the Minister would know, from 2009, I'm in love with this portfolio of education. Unfortunately, I'm not with the Minister anymore. But I mean, if we just go back in the previous Parliament, of the 4th Parliament, we put this Department of the Eastern Cape under Section 100. I don't know how this 100 was uplifted. I have no idea how that was done, because I heard some members were asking, for instance, why hasn't it been introduced? It was just taken away. Now we are asking by when, and we can't just say, well, maybe, you know, we don't have targets. I would like to know, can you give us a definite time, please, Chair?
Honourable Minister.
No, Chair, we can again just say the whole process of rationalization is still underway, and it has its own undue delays because of the legal framework that by the time you think we have finished consultations, like the Western Cape did, communities take you to court. So we can give you what we have planned to do, but I don't want to say by definite some of these legal battles that we're encountering with rationalization will not arise, but we can, at the next time, Chair, just give an indication that in terms of the plans, this is what the province this is where the province says it will be. So that, I think, should not be difficult. In terms of Section 101B, if you don't come to NCOP to renew it, it elapses, and it elapsed technically, so exactly, and we allowed it to elapse because we didn't want to renew it.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, you mentioned that the department didn't reach the targets because of technical reasons. But there are other reasons too, and I think this is why we are here, you know, to bring to your attention incidents where these things are happening. I brought it to the attention of MEC Lusufi. I brought it to the attention of Deputy Minister Surti about 2 years ago. An asbestos school in my community, Randfontein Secondary, Minister, I think you know the school, is the first time where we met, I think a few years ago when you were still the MEC, where they built a brick building right around an asbestos building. The asbestos is still inside. Now, you know, to move with these things in terms of our infrastructure, that's a complete waste of money and time. I'm just bringing it to your attention, Minister, and because I already spoke to, or wrote a letter in our NCOP briefing to the MEC Lusufi, and I spoke to Deputy Minister, I would like, would you undertake, please, Minister, to come and see, because it's a serious, serious health hazard for those teachers and learners there. The panels inside the asbestos panels are breaking, and it's serious.
Honourable Julius, we have brought the question to the attention of the Minister. Let's allow the Minister to deal with it.
I'm not done. Am I done with my time?
No, it's a follow-up question, not follow-up questions.
No.
A member is doing a follow-up question.
I'm asking you, House Chair, you're supposed to rule on my 2 minutes.
Yes, your 2 minutes is up.
Yeah, then you rule on that, please.
Yes.
And say your time is up. Don't bring other stories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. Your time is up. Let's allow the Minister to respond.
Correct about asbestos schools in Gauteng. So it is also a technical issue, because Gauteng, when we had ASIDI and the funds, Gauteng schools were not submitted as the first batch of ASIDI. And Gauteng, after all consultations, there are 21 of them in Gauteng. We have submitted a bid with Treasury and are waiting whether we are going to get a bid to assist Gauteng with those asbestos schools. So they are being considered, plans are underway. We're just really wanting to check if Treasury will give us money for Gauteng, or they will insist that Gauteng rebuilds those schools themselves, because some of the schools, when I was MEC, which were asbestos schools, were rebuilt by the province. So it's again, technical because it's financial, but we are aware of those challenges and we're dealing with them.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 122, asked by Honourable Dlamini. 122, yes, Honourable Minister.
Okay, the question is really about the regulation of fees in private schools and which barriers to access in favor exclusion. Chair, I can answer in one question. That is the Department of Basic Education, we do not regulate fees of private educational institutions. So as the minister, we don't have power in either the South African School Act or the National Education Policy to regulate fees of independent schools. It is only schools that are identified as qualifying for a subsidy that the department does assist. So which means will be private schools where the state cannot provide a school. And it can be proven that there is a need for that school, then we subsidize it. But generally, you don't even get closer to private schools because we have no powers by law.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dlamini.
Angibonge Chairperson. It is worrying, Minister, kuva ukuthi kude lo ba regulatory in terms of fees. We know that most parents who send their kids in those private schools are those who can afford. But my understanding was that it may not have been the department, but a situation whereby you have these schools and they're mushrooming. There's so many of them, I think, because they know that they're not regulated and they're making a lot of money. It is worrying to know that they're not regulated. It would have assisted that we have them being regulated. I don't have a follow-up question, Chair. It's a comment that I'm making.
Thank you, Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini, you are protected. Honourable Mokwele.
Honorable Dlamini, it was. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ke go leboge Mama Angie. Potso ya ka Mama ke gore ko ke tswang teng ko Bokone Bophirima go na le sekolo se se bitswang Rustenburg Hoër School. Sekolo seo is a public school. But the fees there, they are extremely high. Even the private schools surrounding that area, these fees are not as high as that high school. It is predominantly white Afrikaner kids that are attending there. It means that is the means of excluding others that can't afford. Now, my question to you, Minister, is that are you, as the department, going to have a system where you regulate, especially public schools, that they can be accessible to all? Because if that school doesn't fall under the category of being subsidized, our people will still be excluded, and that school gives quality education, and the medium of instruction there or language used there is only Afrikaans. It's either you are in with Afrikaans or you are in with your money. So please, we are appealing to you, Minister. We want to take our kids there also. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
No, Chair, that's a major challenge that we're experiencing as a sector in all, especially in your main urban areas. But what makes it difficult this far until we change the law, SASSA gives parents the powers to determine language policies. It's in law that we agreed on as the ruling part, to make decisions in terms of admission policy against the language and also the regulation of fees. So if the governing body itself sits down and say the fees are 60,000, that becomes, because that's what the law allows them to do. And because of that, because even not only black families get affected, just even your average families find it very difficult in those galloping fees. We've asked provinces to put a ceiling as to what they cannot go beyond. But the major challenge with these schools, your park towns and all these, even in your affluent schools, the maintenance, they will not be able to sustain those schools with subsidies from the state. Because what we do in terms of quintal, if it's a quintal one school, we give them up to 1,200 per learner. In those schools, we only give them 100 and something per learner. So we don't subsidize, even if we subsidize, actually they are the ones that are keeping the schools. So it's to really get the balance right, that if we're going to move, we are going to ask them to remove fees, which means we have to compensate for those fees, right? Which means we have to reduce in poorer communities. But where you're quite right, it's using money to exclude and language to exclude, and different provinces are dealing with it. It is a major problem in your urban areas. But the policy, the law also says, if the child qualifies, you stay in Rustenburg opposite the school, they can't exclude you on the basis that you can't pay fees if you can demonstrate that you can't pay fees. But some parents come swinging a Mercedes-Benz key and say, I want an exemption, and want a person, a teacher who's right, other person who's driving a Toyota to pay for them. So it's also those things that we have to be dealing with on an ongoing basis, and just saying where's the balance. So it is, remember, and we are trying to grapple with it, and we are aware that it's a problem, but it's to really try and find the balance right with allocating more money to poorer schools and not allocating money to your affluent schools, and getting parents to pay their way to keep those schools intact, those rugby fields, those swimming pools, because we will not be able to maintain them as a state.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 106, asked by Honorable De Blanche. 106. Yes. Yes, Honorable Mokwele. We're now.
So, Chair, on the national curriculum statement for, it's around the national curriculum statement and the upskilling of school learners. So the national curriculum statement for grades R to 12 is packaged per subject and is specified what is to be taught, learned, assessed on term by term, and is based on a number of principles which, amongst others, include active and critical learning, encouraging active and critical approach to learning rather than rote and uncritical learning of given truths, high knowledge and high skills. And in the FET band, besides academic subjects, we're offering also 20 subjects which are focusing on practical skills which allow learners to gain vocational skills as part of their schooling career. Example, your computer application technology, agricultural science, hospitality studies, civil, electrical, and mathematical technology. And how are we comparing with international countries? The provision of quality education in South Africa we believe is an upward trajectory. And
Honorable
the 2016
Minister,
national.
No, Chair, I just want to check whether we have new member in the house.
No.
There's a white man there and
No,
he's intimidating us. He's putting two glasses at the same time. So
Honorable
I just
Mokwele.
want to check.
No, can you take your seat? Can you continue, Honorable Minister?
We are quite confident that our system is on an upward trajectory. Our senior certificate confirms that, and we can give you statistics, but also both our international and regional results again prove that we are on an upward trajectory. Even your team's results, which we received last year, confirmed that we are on an upward trajectory. And these are international results, so we are even able to compete. What I really also want to underscore when it comes to international studies, where we're always said we're at the bottom, only 39 countries out of 192 countries participate. And you participate if you trust yourself that you won't die in the middle. So even if you can become number 39, we're 39 out of 192 which didn't enter. So our education system is very competitive internationally.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable De Blanche. Honorable Mpombo Spuwana.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, Honorable Chair Nyambi. I wanted the Minister to finish her question or her response to the member. I want you to rule as a Presiding Officer on the statement made by Honorable Mokwele, bring the race card on the Honorable Member. As a belief, can you rule on that? We never in this House talk of any white or black Honorable Member, or green or blue. Can you please rule as a Presiding Officer, please?
Honorable Mokwele.
So am I black? Do you ever address me as a black Honorable Member?
Honorable Mpambo.
Please
Honorable
rule.
members. Yeah, let me. Honorable members, the National Council of Provinces is the only house where you'll have special delegates, people coming from Salga, and every time when we have them in the house, they are welcome. And when Honorable Mokwele raised a point of order, I ruled on the spot that that was not a point of order. That is why I allow Honorable Minister to continue. So let's refrain from using any unbecoming language. I'm appealing to all of you, honorable members. Honorable Teplanch, Honorable Hatting.
Honorable Chair, members in this House, like you state, are honorable members. And to refer to a member, a person here as that white man is unacceptable and should be withdrawn. It cannot stand.
That is not in order. That is why I've made a ruling.
But the member must withdraw, Chair.
Honorable Hatting, can you take your seat? Honorable Teleplanch, let's have a follow-up
Like
question.
this referred, please.
Honorable Teleplanch, can you make a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson.
Honorable Isaac, we are out of order. Can you continue, Honorable Teleplanch?
Honorable Chair.
Let me allow Honorable Teleplanch to make a follow-up question.
I just want your fair and equal treatment on that.
No, let me deal with Mpambo's while I'll come to you. Can you take your seat? Can you take a seat, both of you? Can you take a seat, both of you? Honorable Teleplanch, wait. Honorable members, Honorable Isaac, Honorable Mokwele, honorable members, if ever, honorable members, Honorable Mokwele raised the point of order, I made a ruling. I said that was not a point of order, what she was raising. And honorable members wanted to take it further. If ever a presiding officer has made a ruling and you're not satisfied with it, there's a procedure that we have to follow. And we can't allow the House to degenerate and discuss whether somebody is white, somebody is black. We're not here for that. Let's allow Honorable Teleplanch to ask a follow-up question. Honorable Teleplanch.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Teleplanch, can you continue?
Chairperson, can we...
Honorable Teleplanch, you are protected.
Thank you. I just want to come back to something that the Minister said.
Honorable Teleplanch, can you continue with your question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Minister said in her response that she is quite comfortable or confident that the quality of South African, our pupils passing through school is up to scratch. And maybe the Minister can just, then answer me, if people arrive quite often, they need to be put through extra classes and stuff to read and write properly. And I don't know how can she, how can that be possible then? My real question then, my follow-up question is, Chairperson, I just want to know from the Minister whether we or her department is going to build any new technical schools in the current financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
No, Chair. Let me answer the last part. The different provinces are building up a number of technical schools since we started with the 3-stream curriculum. So, and some of the old schools that we have, for instance, in the Free State, we are re-engineering. We find that we are no longer taking academic subjects at these schools, and kids are referred to other areas, and that these schools are resourced because we have a fund for technical education. So there is a process of resourcing schools and building technical schools in order to address our 3-stream curriculum. In terms of why people are assisted, if you, let me say, just to explain that there's always a correlation between poverty and education. Because what it means, kids who come from affluent homes are able to get additional support from their parents who are educated and enlightened, because schools are only there for 6 hours a day, and the other support comes from home. So you find kids who come from poor families need additional help because the mothers are in our homes as domestic workers at 6, and they go back to their houses at 10, and their kids don't get this additional support that they're supposed to get outside school. Access to libraries, access to resources, and there's always a correlation, if you could see, between enlightened or educated parents and their kids, they perform better because of the additional support. So the extra support that is given to learners who are struggling has nothing to do with the curriculum, because education is about curriculum, it's about resourcing, it's about the teacher qualities. And if you say the education system is good, it means the curriculum, because what will compete with us or make us compete internationally is the quality of our curriculum, not the performance of individual learners. We are giving them extra classes to put them at the par of what we have set up as an internationally recognized benchmark curriculum. So overall, our system is, what is a challenge is to support learners to reach that bar that we have set up in the curriculum. So it is a good education system. And you can, it's a good education system.
Thank you. Honorable Makue.
Thank you, Chairperson. One appreciates the assurance given by the Minister on the quality of our curriculum. However, Minister, if we look at the recent World Economic Forum, the Africa Regional Meeting, and also the discourse about the 4th Industrial Revolution, are there plans to adopt our curriculum so that our students will not lose out on these global developments? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
No, there is a plan. That's why one of the big things that we're introducing or we're phasing in the education system is this 3-stream curriculum, to make sure that our children are given a qualification that enables them to participate in this ever-changing economic environment. So there's an ongoing and a team of experts who are looking at what the trends are internationally, and on an ongoing basis helps us to adjust and direct our curriculum to enable our kids to be able to participate in the ever-changing environment. So we're not blinded to it. We participate in almost all international platforms to make sure that we're not left behind as a country, and our curriculum does not leave our kids behind.
Thank you, Honorable Faba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Really nice to speak to you, Minister. Minister, when we were at Kontolo, this is where our Tambo grew up in the Eastern Cape. We did oversight there. If I mispronounce it, Honorable Chair, I'm wrong, but then please, Minister, bear with me. We were at this technical school as NCOP Oversight Committee. Chairperson, can you please...
Honorable Faba, we are protected.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we went to a technical school And when we went to the technical class, it was actually shocking to see that they had no technical equipment. Chairperson.
Honorable Faba.
Chairperson, I would like to know if the minister can explain to me how people from schools can get technical matric qualifications if they don't have any technical equipment to do the technical subjects. So how do you assess a person to get a technical matric? And they had quite a good success rate. To me, this is something that I can't understand. If the minister can explain that to me, and then if she can say when will these technical schools be provided with the correct technical equipment?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
No, Chair, after Kantolo, she will also go to the Curtis Nkondo School where SAA has given us a plane through which, or he's been to the so when we say we are continuously resourcing technical schools, it means we have not finished. We are getting there. So we'll go to Kantolo, because there are schools that we have resourced, quite many of them. We have partnerships with your BMW. You go to our schools, you find a brand new, we have partnerships with Toyota. We're striking a partnership with the French. They're going to bring their Citrons in your schools, which are going to deal with all your French cars. So so
Thank you, Honorable Aboskachni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I think this whole House and all the people listening to us realizes that education is a very complex matter. However, for the past few years, every time that we raise questions and have meetings on this, the department is forever reassuring us about the quality of the curriculum and the quality of the education and all the efforts being made to improve the quality of education. And in this question you said they offer 20 subjects to make sure that the learners are being upskilled. Now, the other honourable member also referred to the World Economic Forum, but I want to say in that report of the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness of 2016-17, that report rates South Africa as number 138 out of 138 countries, the last one, on the quality of our maths and science education. Now, Honourable Minister, can you give us an idea in this House by when can we expect an improvement of the results of science and maths based on all the efforts from the Department of Education to improve this? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
No, I can assure the member that education is a lifetime experience. We are going to be continuously working towards perfecting. We are educating our kids for jobs we don't even know ourselves. So it's going to be an ongoing journey. And the report about what I showed, I don't know where you get the statistics. What we rely on, it's scientifically assessed tests. So the ones that I know, which are scientific, is your TIMSS, and on TIMSS, I said only 39 countries participated, not 182 or 192. So the WEF results, I don't know where you get from, which tests, which learners wrote them. Our learners said for TIMSS, they said for your maths and science, they said for the SACMEC exams. So the other stories that I don't know which learners wrote and what evidence we have. Visit our website, we have reports of internationally entered tests. Scientific tools were used, results were brought. We saw kids marking and results. The other stories, I don't know where you get the 198, 192. I don't know which children wrote where at that WEF, but where we wrote, it's in your TIMSS and in your SACMEC, and we're saying we are doing very well comparatively under the circumstances of where we come from as this country.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to your last one, question 126 from Honorable Mokwele.
No, the member wanted, okay, it's about retention of MECs. Unfortunately, as the national minister, I don't appoint MECs. I just find them in your province. 4 of them are changed in 1 year, so I receive them as I see them and work with them. So there's nothing we can do as ministers, because every sphere of government is an independent sphere with all its powers. So whether they are retained or other things, so we have very little powers around the placement of MECs. And then around schools, when schools we no longer use them, schools are actually your public works assets. So as soon as we decommission a school, find that we no longer have use for it, we give it to the Department of Public Works, which then has to take decisions about the utilization of that school. So as soon as we don't use the school, we have to hand it over to Public Works. And about them becoming white elephants, we do try to engage with them, but they're Public Works assets as soon as we no longer use them. They're no longer our assets.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele.
Ke a leboga modula stilo. Potso ya ka ya ntlha ke fela gore ke ire comment gore based on the province concern bokoni bophirima ba ga supra mahuma pelo, since answer the best performing MEC a tsenyang tatwa motsentseng ole as MEC, o tla ela tlhoko gore di results tsa matric 2016 went down. So I think even if there's nothing that you can do as a ministry, but interrelation with your departments, maybe you need to, at a political level or wherever, try to save the nation, because it's not about the position one's held, it's about the African child. Number 2, Minister, dikolo tse dintsi ko bokone bophirima tse leng gore di tlogetswe ka ntlha ya lebaka la a kitse le bitsa rationalization or what. O fitlhele e le gore sekolo sa tswalwa. Will cite an example where I'm staying in Mokhwase. Mokhwase Middle School has been closed, and students from Mokhwase Middle School have been moved to JM Ntsime High School. Now, those students, the middle school, moved to the high school. And then the classes, they are abandoned. But go JM school, go JM high, the class, they overcrowded. They end up using the mobile classrooms. I don't know how best can you deal with this matter with your MECs. Even if they can move, but they don't have to literally move. They can move in a sense of your strategic thing, but the resources that has been there useful for the community be used, because you can see the Department of Public Works is an outcry everywhere you go. Even the Minister of Health, when he comes, when we ask him about clinics, he will tell us that it's because of Public Works. It's a problem, Public Works. So if we can maybe interact with your MECs at your provincial level and see to it that we utilize these little resources that we have for the betterment of the African people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm agreeing with the member on most instances. And as I said, sometimes it's really unfortunate that the MECs are changed that frequently, because it does affect even the stability. So I think I agree with her. And what I found, especially Northwest, being the strength, it's a very strong public service. What kept that system going? They have one of the best administrative and stable administrative system and skills that were retained. So that's what has kept that province alive. But I agree with you. And then on closed schools, again, it's poor planning, all sorts of problems that come across. And you're quite right that the rationalization of schools is not only around numbers, it's around leadership and other things to make sure that you can consolidate. And there can be a way of planning and doing things differently. And so let me agree with you that I think it's some of the things that when we engage with our provinces have
Appropriately referred to you as an honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank
Yeah.
you, Chair. Just a follow-up question, Chair. The concern and a question to the Minister.
Go closer to your mic.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
The concern to the Minister question. The derelict schools brings about a situation where monies are returned to the Treasury, and this prevents schools from being fixed and built. Can the Minister indicate what steps she is taking to ensure this practice doesn't become more prevalent, because it's a real issue in Gauteng? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable member, I'll leave it to the minister. The follow-up question must be linked to the original question, but I'll leave it to the
member
minister.
is ready, linking things which are unrelated. Derelict schools and money going back to Treasury, they are unrelated. Because derelict schools is schools that would have abandoned if you come from Gauteng because of rationalization, population decline, and therefore the school is closed. So it doesn't come with the Treasury. If money is returned to Treasury, it's because new schools which were supposed to have been built have not been built. So it has nothing to do with derelict schools. So you're quite right that the member is.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Basic Education. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtswaledi, when we were not here, we apologized. Today, when we started, we decided to have Justice and Correctional Service and Department of Defense. They were not part, they've disorganized us. So we apologize to you, but we ask for indulgence. Now we're starting with Minister of Human Settlement. You will follow after the Minister of Human Settlement. We're very sorry for that. Already we've done the apology. We are starting with question number 66 to Honorable Sisulu.
Chairperson, thank you so much for your indulgence. If you will protect me from Minister Mutsoaledi. It's daggers drawn here. No, it isn't good for his health.
Honorable Minister, you are protected.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is an answer to Honorable Mampuru. Honorable Member, ROLF was indeed established in 1996 to improve the housing situation for targeted rural households by providing them with finance support and or through intermediary financial support systems. And we supplied this to low-income housing, and low-income housing is set at 15,000 rands per month. We have allowed this measure to enable people who are in rural areas to improve their livelihoods, and this resource can be used either for effecting the extension of a house, fixing any impairments that may be in the house, ensuring that the utilities such as water, sewage, and electricity are provided to the house, and etc. And so far, since its inception, ROLF has done us very proud, and it has provided our rural households with 540,621 incremental loans in the rural areas. The total value of the disbursements is 1.7 billion rands since its inception. We have now, Chairperson, amalgamated the banks, which is ROLF and Nurture and NHFC, and we will be launching the Human Settlements Bank, which consolidates all of these aspects of what we call our development banks. I have here a breakdown of the statistics, and will be able to table this through yourself to the member who has asked the necessary question to be broken down. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mampuru.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke a leboga mohlomphegi. A re leboge matsapa a kgoro ya gago a dirago ka gore Freedom Charter e rile lefase ke la rena le dintlo di tlo ba gona. Kgoro ya gago re a e bona e le ka mokgwa e ka kgonago gore fa di RDP gore ishe ditoropong le lona kadimo ye le re fang yona gore re kgone go hlabolla maphelo a rena. Potšišo ya ka ke gore ka gore shifa re a bona gore di RDP houses tšela re fang tšona re a kgona gore di tšwetše pele. Ebile challenge ke gore lefelo le goba ditene tše re agileng di RDP tša rena ke tše dinyana. Re ne le tlhotlo challenge ya land invasion. E nngwe e tla ka tsela ya di illegal mining. Kwa ke tšwago kwa Tubatse kwa batho ba di illegal mining ba šetše ba miner le ka mo dijareteng tša batho. Ke be ke re na tlhotlo ya go swana le yona ye re tlo e fetša jwang ge motho a duma gore ntlo ya gagwe e kgone go gola goba e kgone go botsofatša goba go mpsafatša ge batho ba di illegal mining ba šetše ba tsene ka gare ga dijarata tša batho. Ke a leboga.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question now goes beyond the scope of the purpose of ROLF. However, it addresses a very important aspect that we are now trying to address. What do we do with ensuring that people in the rural areas are given the necessary support? And in this particular case, Honorable Mampuru is indicating that land invasions are increasingly becoming a serious problem for people who own land in the rural areas. This is something that we are continuously looking at and seeing how we can improve and support those people in the rural areas. One of the things that we're trying to do is find a way of giving title deeds to people in the rural areas so that they're protected legally, so that you can actually legally sue people who are encroaching on your land. The loans that we give are not specified as I indicated. So in areas like that, I would suggest that perhaps we could start off with making sure that we put a fence to delineate the area that that particular person owns, and that will be supported by the necessary documentation. The RDP houses that you mentioned, we restrict them to the extent that it is possible for the urban areas. Because in the rural areas, we actually find people who are very proud to own land and are very proud to expand on the value of the property that they have. And this is the kind of participatory citizen that we would like to encourage. And to all the people who live in the rural areas, we're very grateful for what they do to support us, because they actually do these things themselves to help themselves out of poverty. And we would like to extend the services that are extended through this loan to all those households in the rural areas, whatever their particular circumstances are. But the illegal invasions and the legal circumstances is something that we will take up now that it has been pointed out and make sure that we can give certainty. The problem, however, that still remains in the rural areas, Chairperson, and perhaps this is the right place to raise it, is the right of ownership for women. We would like to make sure that there is right of ownership for women in the rural areas, because those are the people who actually look after our children. Those are the people who look after houses. When people of the male species go out either on migrant labor or whatever it is, they are responsible for the household. And we would like to propose, perhaps through this house, that in rural areas we recognize women as co-owners of property. In towns, we did try to take a very radical step of making women, of providing title deeds to women as opposed to men, and the men were very angry. But the reason is because finally women are the heads of households and they raise children. But these are issues that as we engage we might perhaps getting to some finality. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Just a small question, a follow-up question, Honourable Minister. The bracket, the low income bracket, is it now 15,000, you correctly? Is it a new policy? Since when is it effective if it's new policy? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
We improve with every time. It is now 15,000. which means you're outside that bracket, Honorable Member. But the good thing about this 15,000 rands for a loan is that it covers quite a lot of some of our professionals, like teachers and nurses and police persons who earn in that particular area. When you go to the rural areas, it is amazing how many people have actually taken advantage of this opportunity and improved their houses. In the Eastern Cape, you would think that you are driving through towns when you go in the area of Mthatha, Engcobo, and etc. And I know this because I myself have built my own family home in Engcobo. And from East London to Engcobo, I just marvel at how far the civil servants in the Eastern Cape have improved their lives. And we would like to assist them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Harting.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm glad that the Minister emphasised the importance of having title deeds, which obviously is one bottleneck that we have in the system for people to get access to small loans. Now, the other bottleneck may be proper funding of the Rural Housing Loan Fund. Question then, has the Treasury sufficiently funded the Rural Housing Loan Fund?
Honourable Minister.
It's very difficult to answer that one. Yes, we have sufficiently funded the Rural Housing Loan Fund, to the extent that by now we can boast of 1.7 billion rands that have been given to rural housing loans. I think that is a very good figure. And we could increase it now that we have a bigger entity which we have established. It'll depend on the uptake from the rural areas, but there has not been a limit to how much money has been available for the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mangete.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. The Rural Housing Loan Fund takes care of the lower end of the market, the low earners. I want to believe, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, under FLISP, you've got South African home loans. I just wanted to know, I don't know if you'll be able to give an answer now, of how much does the Department of Human Settlements give to South African home loans? And to what extent is it marketed to ensure that those people that can benefit from the loans offered by that institution, they can benefit under FLISP? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The Department of Human Settlements does not give South African home loans directly any amount of money. However, 50% of the money that is provided, that is at the disposal of South African home loans, comes from the PIC, which, as you know, is our pensions investment corporation, which is a government entity. So we as government have 50% in the South African home loans entity. We are now extending our reach to ensure that public servants are provided with support by the state. This is a program that we call an employer-assisted housing scheme. And we're going to start with government government employees to provide them with some kind of surety so that they're able to get a loan from the bank. So for instance, this morning we were discussing it at MINME, how we are will be able to revitalize FLISP. Because as you know, FLISP allows government to give 50% of the deposit to any individual. The problem we have is that 50% of that deposit might be too high for any particular individual. So what we do as government is take on the totality of the guarantee for any government employed person. We are wanting to attract other entities that have that employ huge pools of people that are paid below what is acceptable in the bank, to ask them to come on board and join us in providing assistance to their employees through FLISP. In this way, the employer would be able to use the salary of the employee as part of the collateral that is given to the bank. We will provide 50% through FLISP, and we're working together with the banks to ensure that through this mechanism, we can revitalize FLISP. But again, Honorable Member, it does not apply to you. You are already above that bracket.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 80, asked by the Honorable Julius.
Honorable Julius would like to know if the waiting lists of all municipalities will be published. If not, why not? If so, when? Honorable Julius, in terms of the current constitutional and legislative policy or regulatory requirements, all administrative actions undertaken by a state organ must be fair, just, equitable, and transparent. Thus, the allocation of a household from a waiting list into a house is an administrative act which must comply with the requirements both of the Constitution and Promotion of Access to Justice Act of 2000. Thus, as a matter of good practice and to ensure compliance with the Constitution and legislation, both provinces and municipalities should be encouraged to and supported to make waiting list allocation public. This is something that we are currently discussing. How do we make these public? The first step we have taken is to ensure that we have a common understanding with municipalities between what we term a needs list to a waiting list to an approvals list. We are now putting together our database and centralizing our database so that by the time a house or a beneficiary is approved, it will be made public. We are considering a possibility of making these public in the same way that the matric results used to be made public through media. However, we're not sure what the reach is. We're still involved in research. What is the reach of the normal media that is used for matric results, so that if it is a totality of our scope, we would possibly use that same method. And of course, we would like to also assess what the cost would be. But it is our intention, finally, to make them public through the newspaper.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. It was really the answer that I really was looking for. And thank you for that. You know, corruption in housing allocation is really a serious problem in this country, where government officials, you know, especially in local councils, will take a bribe and people will jump the queue and they will or skip the queue and get the house of somebody that's really in need of that house. And it's normally your elderly people that are being robbed of the opportunity to get a house where they have waited for about 10, 12 years to get the opportunity to get the house. So thank you very much for it, Minister. I also need to, I'm not asking a follow-up question, just to say thank you. It is really appreciated. As a Democratic Alliance, we fought for this for some years now. You know that we mentioned it in all our manifestos so far. And thank you for that, Minister. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you for the comment. Honorable Special Delegate. No, not Honorable Ko.
Point of order, Chair.
No, it's a Special Delegate, Honorable. You said it's a point of order. Okay, Honorable Ko. Sorry, Honorable Member.
Chair, the Honorable Julius talks about corruption in local government officials. The order is that, Chair, the point of order that I want to table is that we hear about this all the time and we don't act on it. We would kindly request the Honorable Member to, through the DA, take appropriate action against those councillors.
No, he was in order. Honorable Makowe, Honorable Julius was in order. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. To the Minister, just arising from commentary made, this new list, Minister, will there be one national list or will there be separate provincial lists as well? And how does one prevent duplication? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have established a task team that will make sure that this is one list. And out of that one list, it is possible to break it down into provinces. So province would have access to that. We have at our disposal as a state various databases that we are able to use. We're able to use Stats South Africa. We're able to use the information we have in Home Affairs. We're able to use the information in social development because that is the entity that deals with the indigent. So we're able to access this and verify the information that we have to make sure that it is as accurate as is possible. And out of that, provinces will be able to access their own lists and be able to verify the information that we have, and we will continuously be able to update this. If Home Affairs can do it, we can do it too.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 69 from Honorable Samka.
Honorable Samka, oh yeah, this is a sad story. Honorable Samka wants to know if we're finding a permanent solution to the fires in Hout Bay. Honorable Samka, on the 11th of March, this 11th and 12th of March this year, yet again a large section of Imizamo Yethu was destroyed by fires, killing 3 people and destroying 3,500 houses and displacing 15,000 people. The city was there together with all the resources of the fire engines and etc. And the following day, the MEC and myself went to the area to assess the level of damage and see what can be done. We had very fruitful discussions with the community there, and we proposed various ways in which we could put an end to this. It had always worried me why it was that Imizamo Yethu was always afflicted by fires. I mean, year in and year out, there is a fire there. And it was explained to us that actually that area had been left vacant by the people in Hout Bay because at that particular place is a confluence of 2 wind streams. And when they get to that place, they come at a speed which, if there is a fire, it would be impossible for that fire to be put out. And the way that our people are congested around informal settlements, it makes it very difficult for any fire brigade or any assistance to be given to them in time. So once one house catches fire, invariably the whole settlement is on fire. This one was particularly disastrous. So what we have done together with the City of Cape Town is to develop a new way in which we will restructure Imizamo Yethu, and the community there has agreed to this. What it has agreed to is that we would reblock the entirety of the place there, allow the place to be reblocked so that we are able to get to the area using fire brigades to put out the fire, get there and ensure that the disasters do not cause health hazards beyond their own scope. We are also doing a survey of the people who are there, actually checking whether or not these are people who are eligible for houses. Those who are eligible for houses, we will prioritize and ensure that we put them in proper houses. And we have requested the Human Settlements Development Agency to find land. It has found land, and we're in the process together with the community there of ensuring that we can provide land for those who would like to build houses, provide land where we can put up proper houses, and ensure that we reblock the area that is constantly under fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Samka.
Nkosi Sihlalo, ndicinga uba uMaxhamela undiphendule kakuhle uba ungene nzulu kangangoba ude wathetha nangento ethi engurhulumente kazwelonke kunye norhulumente ephondweni nomphathiswa bakwazile ukujonga into kokuba yintoni na enoba sisisombululo. Enkosi, ndiyabulela.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we now comes to question number 128 from Honorable Matevula. Is Honorable Matevula in the house? Honorable Minister.
She's in the house. Honorable Matebula would like to know whether we will liberate our people from the colonization system of settlement. If not, why not? When will the department build houses that are inclusive, and what are the other further relevant details? In 2004, we changed from the concept of housing to human settlements, precisely so that we are able to change the way that our people live. We call this integrated human settlements, where we would like to change the spatial patterns of apartheid and create a new identity for South Africans. So this policy, which you call the decolonization, decolonized system, we started in 2004. Perhaps you are too young to understand what we're doing. In 2004, we had this system. It's been in place. It is working where it is where it has been applied, and we are actually even building better houses. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Honorable Matebula that the houses that we build, we often hear Ms. Matebula and her colleagues complaining about the quality of housing that we build. And I'd like to indicate that in March 23rd, 2014, Ms. Matebula's party went out to build a house for Standiwe Hlongwane, and the house that you built fell apart 2 weeks after you had built it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Matebula.
Samsamashtul. Minister rabo tsandzeka ku vula va vulavula hi swo biha leswi hi nga swi endla mara leto saseka leti hi nga ti aka a va ti vulavula. You must also mention it. So Minister, my comment ya mehe ku ri ku hava ndlela leyi mi nga yi tirhisaka ku formalize that informal settlement so that people who are able to save and build on their own, they can be able to do that without your intervention. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Next time I come here, I will be bula-bularing. Yes, Honorable Member, we are proposing various ways in which we are going to eradicate informal settlements. And one of the ways which we would encourage is providing land and allocating the land and asking people to build houses for themselves. Where we do this and where we have the necessary oversight, the product is much better, it is much cheaper for the individual, and it is of a better quality, it is bigger, and the individual actually participates in making sure that the structure is of the kind that they would like. So we would like a greater uptake. We call this process PHP, and where it has worked, it has been a great success. So out there, we are wanting to ensure that we partner with the private sector if they own land, so we can ensure that we have more PHP, and where the state has land, and this has particular relevance to the Western Cape, Honorable Chair, where the state has land, whether it is provincial or municipality, we would like them, if that land is within the precincts of the city, to give us the opportunity to turn that land into land where people can live, especially poor people who would have easy access thereby to the city before they sell it to the private sector. And I know that there are members here who are listening and will make sure that that does happen in the Western Cape. We should not sell land within the precinct of the city to the private sector when in fact we have so many poor people who would want to have access and deserve to have access to the city. It is the only way that we will measure as equal citizens of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwili.
Now that land, we must take it, Minister. Doesn't belong to either of them. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for reminding us. Some of us, we were there 2004, and some of us participated in that project. But by the look of things, Honorable Minister, I will cite an example in Cape Town, where you were proudly in Langa, to be specific, and Krasi Park, where you were proudly launching the project of that integrated, I don't know, ko ke nnang teng ba di bitsa di-flat. A ke itse gore it's a relevant word to use. But ke tla go bolella gore our people are subjected. It means those people that are poor will never ever in their lifetime own a house or have a life that is free to say, I am owning a house, because the manner in which those settlements are made in such a way that we are still repeating what the apartheid did. Apartheid put us in a location called Madikwe, called Moletsani, in that four-roomed house. But we come as a democratic government, we also do the same. We build the flats. And in Cape Town, to be specific, those people that are staying in those areas, those areas are the ones that are characterized with gangsterism, lack of education, poverty, and everything. So our question basically was based on that. Now we are appealing to you, Honorable Minister, that we assist us to fast track the issue of land. We know that the land in Western Cape is taken by the government because it's owning it, and it's been sold expensively to private sector, so that our black people don't have access to the land. They can't be able to build houses. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The case of Langa and two is both an unfortunate case and a great success. Unfortunate in the sense that these are people who we identified because every year, like in Mizamo yetu, there would be fires there and people would die. So we thought, let us upgrade this informal settlement. And in negotiating with the people of Langa, we proposed to them that we have land parcels in other areas where they could go and have standalone houses. They refused. They were so angry, they they occupied the N2. If you were old enough then, you would remember that they occupied the main road and took us to court, and it was a thoroughly disastrous affair. So we had to concede that what the people would want out of their own living environment, we would have to understand. So this was the choice of the people. Ours would have been different. But out of that circumstances, what we did was the only way we could accommodate all of those people there was to densify, which means to go up. So there are various typologies of houses on the N2. The first blocks of 17 are flats, which they rent. The next one are townhouses. The next are almost standalone top-bottom houses. Because we had to accommodate all of those people by the decision of the courts, that is what we had to live with. If we have more land, and I hope that we are going to be successful in the issue of the Tafelberg land to ensure that we can give it for social housing, but where we have land, we would like that land to be given to human settlements, I emphasize this, so that we're able to build houses for our people, decent houses for our people, so that they have easy access to the city. And if within the alliance of the DA and EFF and whatever in their caucuses, if in their caucuses this is something that can be propagated, we would be extremely happy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwele.
I want to tell the minister or ask her misleader the country. We don't have alliance with the DA.
That is not a point of
It's the same as in Rustenburg, Minister. Maybe you don't know.
Honorable
You have a coalition with FF Plus. A coalition with FF Plus.
That is not a point of order. Honorable
Don't just even say.
Honorable Kaula.
Tit for tat. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Can you please stop
Honourable
the
members,
tit for tat?
Honourable Kaula, we are protected. Can you ask a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair, thanks. Honourable Minister, I'm more interested in the house that fell apart in 2 weeks. What was wrong with the house and what corrective measures were made by the department? You know, it's a serious issue, a house in 2 weeks falling apart. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
In the interest of time, I will give Honorable Kaula the newspaper clippings so he can educate himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mampuru.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Molokgotla ge ke theeditše kgoro ya gago e na le maikemišetšo a magolo a go fetola maphelo a rena. Re ithušega jwang re le baetapele kwa di-constituency tša rena go hwetša land audit ka gore ke ye nngwe ya ditlhotlo tše re šalanego morago re swanetše go tseba gore lefase leo o bolelago ka lona gore re le hlokomele ebile re se ke ra ba ra le rekiša gore kgoro ya gago e tle kgone go mpsafatša maphelo a batho ba rena re matlafatšwa jwang gore re kgone go humana di-land audit gore ge re tlo bolelela lena re re lefelo šele mpsafatšang maphelo a lena re be re bolela seo re se tsebago. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
I'm so glad that somebody who is fluent in Sotho is also struggling with the term land audit. Because sometimes when you talk technicalities, you have this problem. We have an entity called the Human Settlements Development Agency. For us, this is the entity we use to assist us procure land and make sure that we are able to have this land for housing development purposes. We're still struggling with land audits. We're struggling because we are not the main department responsible for land in government. So we have to continuously be dealing with 3 other departments, which is the Department of Public Works, the Department of Land and Rural, whatever it is, and ourselves. And I don't know if we have reached a point where we have a totality of the audit. But for the purposes of the land that we would like to use for housing purposes, we would very much like any partnership we can have with the community to ensure that we can do a land audit. But the agency that does this for us is the Human Settlements, Human Settlements is HDA, and at an appropriate time you can call HDA for an imbizo to your community so that rematlafatse your own efforts to ensure that you can assist us. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question number 109 from Honourable Mohapi. I'm really informed that Honourable Qimbi will be standing in for Honourable Mohapi. 109.
Honourable Mohapi would like to know what action is being taken to assist Mukaka local municipalities to ensure alignment with the Township Register and etc. The opening of Township Registers are a result of townships established in order to address housing backlogs in municipalities, as illustrated in the municipal housing chapters. The Free State Human Settlements Department has accelerated the opening of outstanding township registers to assist in the housing delivery process and to enable beneficiaries to gain access to title deeds in their properties. Further, an informal settlement upgrading chapter, which forms part of the housing sector plan and ultimately in the IDP, was completed for Mokaka municipality in 2013-2014. The plan seeks to address issues of alignment of the planning and funding of the development of informal settlements by articulating a development response for each informal settlement, costing and activities over the MTEF period. These find expression in the municipal IDP, which facilitates the funding from different municipal departments. The National Department, through the Development Agency, forms part of this IDP-SDP steering committee to ensure alignment between the spatial planning part of this together with the Master Spatial Plan. The department, through the HDA, has completed a human settlement strategy and provincial master plan, and the master plan will be provided, and it provides a backbone of all our policy and the direction that will be followed by the Motlhaka local municipality. The human settlement strategy makes recommendations of increasing bulk infrastructure funding for areas like Motlhaka local municipality to ensure enough support for provision of integrated human settlements. The housing delivery constraints and challenges alluded to in the document relate to: 1, insufficient funding and lack of resource capacity; 2, weak coordination between intergovernmental departments and municipalities, and a cumbersome procurement process. I have a very extensive response to this, which I can hand over, because this is a very specific question about the Motlhaka municipality, and this can be given to the person who has asked the question, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Qimbi, who is standing in for Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, about your explanation. I don't think we need any question. Let's see. At least there is a progress in place. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac is not in the house. Okay. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 97. Your last question today from Honorable Isaac. He has just got in now. He was not in the house. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Isaac wants to know about the backlog in the issuing of title deeds. Honorable Isaac, I've just come straight from a MINMAC meeting where this was a major issue, because we know just how much we all are agitated around the issue of title deeds. We have agreed in the MINMAC that we shall establish a task team, an urgent task team, to deal with the backlog that we have. And the MECs have agreed that they will deal with the backlog that they are responsible for. Most of the MECs have been in place since 2014, 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017. And they are responsible for making sure that by the time we leave office in 2019, there will be no backlog for this particular period. They're also responsible for making sure that any house that is built, instead of a happy letter being given, a title deed will be given at the point at which the house is allocated. We, as the National Department, has set up a task team to ensure that we can deal with the backlog that has accumulated going back to pre-1994 era. The totality of the backlog that we have is quantified in a document which I can give to yourself, where you can see per province what the backlog is for the years that you have been asking about, and also you are able to go back to the pre-1994 to understand the levels of the backlogs that we are dealing with. It is a huge, huge responsibility that we've taken upon ourselves, and we've given ourselves 2 weeks within which to work out how we can deal with this backlog, so that by the time that we get to the end of 2019, there shall be no backlog in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you for a detailed explanation, and I'm grateful for what you have just explained. Flowing from that, obviously, Chairperson, it's a fact that now in the city of Johannesburg, of course, Mayor Mashaba has just already distributed 3,500 title deeds. So obviously, flowing from what you've just mentioned, I'm apt to ask, what plans then perhaps are there in place based on the report that you have just alluded to, Honorable Minister? What plans then are there in place to perhaps reprimand those municipalities that have shown somewhat slow progress in title deeds delivery? And of course, then to also encourage those that have shown good progress in this regard, regarding the delivery of housing and the title deeds as such. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Isak wanted to indicate that Honorable Mashaba has already given 3,500 title deeds to families. Those are the 3,500 title deeds that he found on his desk when the previous administration left. And the reason why it had taken so long to distribute them were the difficulties inherent in that. What Honorable Mashaba would not have told you is the fourth house that he went to, he did not find the owner of the title deed he had that related to that house. That is what happens with some of the problems that we're dealing with, where there is a changeover from the time that the house was given, from the time that the house was given to the time that the title deed is ready. And these are problems that we are constantly having to deal with. But what we're doing to encourage municipalities that actually deliver on time those title deeds is to ensure that we are able to raise the resources necessary, because they are able to use their budget. The more they use their budget, the more resources they get to ensure that we can enable them to do this faster. So for Honorable Mashaba, once he finds the rightful owners of the title deeds, we will raise the amount of money that we give for this purpose to him.
Thank you. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele.
Thank you very much.
I'm recognizing Honorable Mokwele. Mokwele.
Thanks, Chair, for protecting me from Mashaba thing. Honorable Minister, I'm not sure whether you are aware that most of the farms in the country, they don't have title deeds. And that is an indication that those lands are being occupied illegally, because the owners doesn't have a title deed. He doesn't even know where did he bought the farm from, who were the original owners of those farms. Yet they continue to do whatever business of the day that they are doing in those farms. So I'm asking you, Minister, that do you perhaps have a mechanism where you also not audit our people in informal settlements, also those farmers that are staying illegally in those pieces of lands, they can also have that title of being called informal settlements in informal land, and then drastic steps be taken against them from your department and from the relevant department to make sure that when we need land to build houses for our people, we don't struggle. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Very much, yes. As we are conducting land audits together with the Department of Rural Development, we will be making sure that we audit all the land that ordinarily would belong to the state. We only at the moment have rights over land that belongs to the state. And we would be requiring that in cases where a title deed is required for a farm, this does not reside with us, it resides with the Department of Rural Development. However, I think that where we will find that state land has been illegally taken from us, we will take the necessary steps to evict those people through the right processes. I don't know if these are necessarily illegal, but if we find that they are illegal, we will evict them and ensure that the land belongs to the state. Please allow me to indicate that anybody who owns land and would like to prove, should we do an audit to prove that they own the land, would have to provide us with the title deed. If they don't have the title deed, then they would have to explain how they managed to get the land. So, no, please protect me.
We are protected, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwele. The protection that you get must also be accorded to the minister.
Yes.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, so what, in the process of our doing a land audit, if we come across land that has been taken illegally and is used illegally, therefore, obviously, we will be able to take it back. But the question that the honorable member is asking would be best directed to the Minister of Rural Land, and I think Rural Development and Land. And I could convey it to him that there's a young woman here who's very interested to have a discussion with him around certain, then I'm sorry to enter the sphere of two people. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The last follow-up question to you, Minister, today is from Honorable Makuwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In the area that I spent my youth in, which is Kliptown, but also the area in which I presently have the pleasure of serving government in the greater Sophiatown region, we find that there is a common problem that many of the tenants can't prove that they are children of the original occupants of those homes, and therefore have great difficulty in the processes of acquiring the title deeds. Minister, you said you've had this meeting with the MECs. Can you help us to say what are the main obstacles with regard to the issuing of title deeds that you have picked up, so that we can also then help members in those communities that we serve so that they can conform to the legislative requirements?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I also come from the area of Kliptown, that is my constituency office. So I know the problem that you're talking about very well. The problem we have with houses that come from a pre-1994 era, these are the houses that we gave to our people and we call them discount scheme, is that by now we're dealing with the third generation. And therefore, even if we were to have a title deed, it would be very difficult to find a single individual within the family or within the various levels of the family who would own that particular title deed. The resolution we have taken is that for most of these houses, we will create what is called a family title deed, so that the title deed does not belong to you as an individual, but belongs to the family. So your family will have a title deed, and in that title deed will be the beneficiaries of this house, or those people who would benefit from this house. And that house may not be sold unless all of these people are in agreement. That's the only way in which we are able to solve these problems, because otherwise we are bogged down in an area which does not allow government to intervene. The social fabric that we find around families and all of those things does not lend itself to easy engagement by government. It is better solved by the family itself. So we have opted for a family title deed in that case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, allow me on behalf of the POs of the NCOP to take this opportunity to thank you, Minister, for availing yourself to deal with the questions in this august house called National Council of Provinces. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we revert back to Honorable Motswaledi. It's getting in, it's just at the door, it was inside, the books are here. Honorable Madekale, you can come and take us through dealing with Honorable Motswaledi as he's coming in. Honorable Dlamini is not in the house. Honorable Madekale. I've already done the apology to Honorable Motswaledi.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, let me take this opportunity and welcome you in the House. I know you are not late, you were here, but you quickly responded to the call of nature. So the honorable members received your apology. Can you please take us through? We are on question 118, asked by the Honorable Esidimeni.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I thought it's the House that apologized to me, not the other way around. I hear you say my apology was accepted. I didn't. Yes, I accepted the apology from the House because I've been here for, yeah. Anyway, Honorable Member, as you know, South Africa has more than 3.7 million people on ARVs. The patients on ARVs medication used to take large number of tablets, 2 to 3 times a day. This means that some patients used to take as many as 9 tablets per day. Needless to say, they would experience lots of side effects, and the level of compliance was hence diminished. In April 2013, we introduced what is called fixed dose combination regime. In short, it's called an FDC, whereby a patient is required to take only 1 tablet per day. Because an FDC is a combination of 3 ARVs in one. It's a combination of a drug called tenofovir and a drug called imtricitabine, and the last one, adherence. This combination revolutionized HIV and AIDS treatment because of this combination, there are fewer side effects, and also the cost dropped. At that time, it used to cost us 113 rand to treat 1 patient. When we introduced the fixed dose combination, it cost us only 89 rand. Of course, that is the time when the dollar-rand exchange ratio was still favorable. Now, there's another revolution that is in the offing. This is called advanced study, which began early this year. In this study, honorable member, it is hoped that in the 3 drugs that form the FDC combination, the study want to replace 2. They want to replace tenofovir with a new drug called tenofovir alafenamide. And they also want to replace adherence with a new drug called toludecavar. Once that is achieved, we'll be having a new combination. Now, the importance of this new combination will be, number 1, that the side effects will be fewer. But number 2, we are going to save 100 million rand per annum in the treatment of, in the present plan of HIV/AIDS treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dlamini, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Minister, for the response. Just one follow-up. In fact, I had one follow-up on the impact on the cost, but now I want to check what is the impact in terms of the compliance or intake by the patients.
Honorable Minister.
We think compliance is still going to be the way it is, because with the fixed dose combination, compliance improved tremendously. You can imagine, not in HIV and AIDS, if you are required to take a particular medicine 3 times a day, it might not be that you don't comply, but you just forget. It's too much, because you must take it in the morning, then during the day, during the evening. Some days you'll visit somewhere, you'll come from meetings very late, you'll forget. But if you are required to take only 1, you'll decide that I take it every day I wake up. Since you are, as long as you wake up, of course, you take 1. Then that's compliance, is 100% compliance. So that's why I say it has revolutionized the treatment. But also because the patient feels fewer side effects, there's an incentive to take it. Whereas in the past, they become reluctant because if it makes you tired, then you say, no, maybe let me rest for today, or, you know. but with one which has got fewer side effects. People are encouraged to take it, and there's no chance of forgetting, and it's not inconvenience. Remember, something that might be looked upon simple. People have to go around carrying medicines in their bags, you know, packet of what you call, and some people were not very eager to be asked questions. But this one, you take it at home and you leave it there, you'll see it again the following day. So the level of compliance have improved dramatically.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we will jump question 83, asked by the Honorable Faber, who is not in the House, and go to question 118, asked by the Honorable TK Mampuru. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, I
119.
don't know whether I'll be out of order, but I don't want to waste the time for this House. Honorable Faber's question doesn't even belong to us. It belongs to social development, so please direct it there in future.
Fortunate enough, he's not in the House, Honorable Minister. That is why he ran away. He noticed that he was not relevant.
Okay. Okay. So we are going to Honorable Mamburu's question.
Yes, question 119.
Yes, Honorable Mampuru, thank you very much for asking this extremely important question, because it gives us an opportunity to give clarity to the House. Ever since the Ombudsperson's report, people think nothing has been happening, because we didn't report anything. So your question will give that opportunity. Firstly, let me start by saying, Honorable Member, Section 88A of the National Health Act, Act number 61 of 2003, as amended in 2013, states that any person aggrieved by the decision of the office or by the finding and recommendation of the Ombuds in relation to a matter regulated by this Act, or a person acting on his or her behalf, may, within 30 days of him or her gaining knowledge of the decision, lodge a written appeal with the minister. It goes on further to say, if the minister receives an appeal, the minister must then appoint an ad hoc tribunal to come and hear this matter. And that ad hoc tribunal must consist of 3 people. 1, it must be chaired by a retired judge of a high court or a retired magistrate. 2, there must be 2 other people who have got expertise in the healthcare industry who will help. And then the tribunal will hear the case. They might reverse or vary the decision of the health ombud, and they must notify the parties accordingly. Now, the health ombud's report, as you remember, Honorable Member, was released on the 1st of February 2017. Consequent to that, some people were fingered, as you remember. They then gave indication that they would like to lodge an appeal. And in terms of the Act, I appointed the tribunal, which is chaired by the retired Judge President of the Northern Gauteng High Court, Judge Bennett Mwebe. He is assisted by the retired Professor of Pediatrics from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Hussein Kovadia, and the retired Professor of Psychiatry from the University of Cape Town, Professor Brian Robinson. They have formed this tribunal. People who have indicated that they would like to appeal is, number 1, the suspended HOD of the Gauteng Department of Health, Dr. Bani Silvano. Number 2, the suspended Director of Mental Health in Gauteng, Dr. Makgabo Manamela. Number 3, the District Chief Director of Health in the Tshwane District, Mr. Mpitsi, and 2 NGOs called Takalani and Mosero Home. Since then, there's been a flurry of activity, an exchange of correspondence between some of these prospective appellants and the Office of Health Standard Compliance, the Health Ombuds, the Minister of Health, and even the tribunal once it was appointed. The exchange of the correspondence relate mostly to these appellants or prospective appellants claiming that they are unable to submit their appeals because they need certain information from the ombuds, which they believe is necessary. And the ombuds was of a different opinion. So one such a case actually landed up in the High Court, whereby myself as the minister, the health ombud, the Premier of Gauteng, and the Office of Health Standard Compliance were taken to court by the suspended HOD of Gauteng Department of Health, demanding that they be furnished with this information and that the Premier of Gauteng must stop the disciplinary action until the finalization of the appeal process. On the 22nd of March 2017, the High Court struck this matter off the roll. So as things stands, by Friday last week, the appeals that we have received are as follows. 1, from the suspended Director of Mental Health. 2, from the Chief Director of Health Service in Tshwane. And 3, from the 2 NGOs, Tagalani and Mosego Home. Currently, the parties, that means the appellants and the respondents, are exchanging pledges. That is, pledges means founding and answering and replying affidavits. Once the appellant submits their documents, Honorable Member, the tribunal will set the date for the hearing. And I'm hoping it's in the next few days, not weeks. In the next few days, Judge Ngwepe will set the date because all these things, including the court cases, have already been completed. Then we will hear whether eventually the appeals are upheld or are changed in terms of the act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mampuru, do you have a follow-up question?
Ke a go leboga modulasetulo. Molokgotla, mabarebare ga a re motse. Mo ditabeng mo re bone o ka re o tsweletše ka ditaba tša go bontšha gore o ka re molokgotla wa tša maphelo kwa Gauteng o tswile tseleng o taboga a mang a magato ao le ya laetšeng gore batho ba la ba rena ba ko Esidimeni ba swanetše gore ba tloše from point A to point B. O ka re bona ba dira tše e sego tšona. Ke be ke kgopela gore ka se sebaka a re tloše mabarebare ditsebeng tša batho le difahlogong tša batho re tše ka mo re kgotsofetše ka moka molokgotla. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga, Honorable Mampuru. Minister.
Modulasetulo ke thomo ka mabarebare ao a ke a tsebe a ke tsore a tswa kae. Se ke se tsebang ke gore re ne le komiti ya dikgoni, di-psychiatrist, le di-social worker, le di-psychologist, environmental officers, ba e leng gore ba beile kua pleke ba go bitsang National Institute of Communicable Diseases. There is an operational center. They are sitting there with 3 members representing the families. And these 3 members are full-time. 2 of them were employed. We even wrote to our employers. One of them is the state, the other is Absa Bank, to release them so that they sit there on a full-time basis. Every step that has been taken, they participate. And every now and then, they call me and the Premier of Gauteng to give us a report back. And such a report back, we had 2 weeks ago. And I've not heard of anything. Things are moving very smooth. The only small problem that we encounter, which I think appears in the papers, is that we are not able to remove all the patients as the UMBAT has instructed, because some of the NGOs ran to court to interdict us. Some influenced the relative to refuse. As I'm speaking today, in one NGO, we had to send police today. This morning, we had to send police, but they only collected some of the patients. 2 of them refused, and their families stopped them from doing so. Now, what we have to do is to go to the Mental Review Board. So it's not the MEC who is not following the procedure. She's following them to the letter and reporting to us, and the families are sitting in that meeting. They agree with every step, and they are aware that some of the family members resist the movement of these patients. So today, we have been able to call police because we want to save those patients. So the MEC hasn't done anything outside. And she does. Last week, late last week, she also reported to the UMBATs. So this process is being carried on very diligently, and we're very satisfied. And we are about to write a report to the Speaker of the National Assembly to explain to her all the steps that have been taken up to this far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Julius.
Thank you, Chair. Lives had to be lost, Honorable Minister, for communication to be increased. You knew about this since 2015, when certain NGOs warned you that, listen, this center is about to close and they will move people. And in that instance, you agreed that, listen, if they change or remove patients from the Life Esidimeni Center in Randfontein, they must be placed in an equally equipped center like Life Esidimeni Center in Randfontein. Now that didn't happen, Minister. And we subsequently learned that you didn't know when the patients were actually removed by the Gauteng Health Department. Now, with all this happening, 5 more patients died after the report of the Health Ombudsman. What I want to know is, will this be included in the inquiry? Because it happened after the report of the Health Ombudsman. Who will be held accountable? Because we have a new MEC of Health. It still happened. These people still died at these centers. We have the Premier of Gauteng that's not implicated in anything. We have yourself as Minister that's not implicated in anything, yet you knew about this from 2015. I find it very, very difficult to believe that you cannot be held accountable for these people's deaths or the removal of patients to these unregistered centers. Because as the Minister of Health nationally, you're supposed to know what's happening in your department. You waited for the health.
Your time has expired, Honorable Julius.
Can I wrap up my question?
Please. Please come up with your question.
I want to know, Honorable Minister, would you say at this instance that you didn't know about these patients being, and how can we accept that you cannot be held accountable? And will you ask the Minister for a commission of inquiry into this so that we can get to the full truth of this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, I think that was a comment, but I will leave it to you.
But, the first part of all his statement, he was just reading the answer I gave to the National Assembly. The things he was saying were written by me, answering to a DA question, outlining what has happened. And I was surprised when a member of DA responded, if it's new. Everything that I wrote in that answer is here in the Ombuds findings. The annex charts and everything, it's here, it's not new. My answer was not new. It's here, found in the Ombuds, about who he questioned, what they said, when you questioned them, when you told, whether they told the minister or not, what the MEC responded is all here. I was just responding to the court cases as they've happened. And you can go to this report, you'll still read that and find out. Secondly, I'm not sure why DA likes jumping the gun here. They are calling over for a judicial commission of inquiry, which has been answered for in the National Assembly. But, Honorable Member, in this whole saga, 2 judges are already involved in this. I don't know why they want the 3rd judge. The first judge is the judge of the appeal. The second judge is going to be the judge who, in terms of recommendation 18 of the Ombuds, must sit with the families to look for alternative dispute resolution. That judge has already been appointed, but I'm not at liberty to announce the name of the judge because certain things need to be finalized first. Thirdly, magistrates are going to get involved. For each and every death, there's going to be an inquest, a full inquest by a magistrate. If anybody is guilty, including myself, it will come out from there. There's going to be not a single death that is not going to be accounted for. The DG of the National Department and the DG of Gauteng are heading these teams. They've already met the Commissioner of Police on this matter because SAPS is investigating. The NPA is going to get involved. So before the second judge finalizes on the dispute resolution mechanism, in front of him must be placed a file. That file will be the results of an inquest and investigation by a magistrate, a city magistrate, who will inquire what happened until the death of each and every patient and reach finality. So I'm not sure why the DA is jumping the gun, believing nothing is going to happen, we need another third judge, we need this and that. No, I don't think it's necessary. The Ombuds report is very clear about what is being investigated, who has been pointed out. The second judge will decide whether that is valid or not. The third judge will go and what you call the magistrate will determine exactly how each and every patient died. And most of those things are in this report of the Ombuds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before I allow the Honorable Mokwele to come up with a follow-up question, the Honorable Faber is in the house and he has indicated that when we were looking for him, he was out in the loo. So please allow me, honorable members, to continue. I am chairing honorable members. The advice that I want to give to you, Honorable Faber, is that you did not lose your chance. Actually, the minister has advised that we tell you to redirect the question to the social cluster because it belongs to the Department of Social Development. Thank you very much, Honorable Mokwele.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is, thank you very much, Minister, for the karabo tsontsong gore di fa mare. Ke etse tlhoko kgotsa re etse tlhoko re le mokgatlho wa economic freedom fighters that always where human right has been violated in South Africa, batho ba ileng gore ba kereya seme go feta botlhe in the officials, including in the matter of life Esidimeni, if I might single it out, that we allow political leaders to go scot-free. There is no punishment, even if minister di patlisiso ga di tlhagise gore a minister kgotsa MEC kgotsa mang o bonwe molato. Mare botho ba rona as government, as leaders, as public representatives, ra reng gore always officials are the ones that get punished in all the commissions. You can cite the commission of Marikana and the very same issue that we are dealing with now. Thanks.
Releboga Mamokwele, Minister.
It might be true for other commissions, I'm not here to answer for them, but it's not true for this report of the Health Ombud. What you are saying is not true. I say need tabayo. Mutwa mathomo o report ye imone molato. He's a politician. Kiena number one. Kiena number one.
Minister, erinke bolelele Mamokwele. Mamokwele. Teleja Minister Renjaro Tele. Relebo. Cholampele pa.
Kiena number one kamu Ombuds aboletseng gore magato a sonjo tšeiwa. Abe abolela gore go tšeiwa magato a mohuta mang. But as you know, the night before the report was released, the MEC resigned from her job because the Ombuds report here was clear that the person must be removed or they must look into whether the person is fit to hold office. That's a politician. I don't know how many other politicians you're looking for. So you're not telling, I will need already reported the punish the official fail. Secondly, the Ombuds went on this report to outline in the investigation what they found out and what the punishment must be for each of the people that are involved in this matter. And I've already mentioned that there are going to be tribunals chaired by a retired judge. And I've already mentioned that there are going to be inquests by the magistrate. When a magistrate does an inquest, they want to find out who did wrong where. If they found that the people who did wrong are politicians, we're not going to be able to stop them. I don't know whether you preempt it. So this report by the Ombud is not the end. And the Ombud himself said, after SAPS have investigated, they must submit the results of their investigation to the National Prosecuting Authority. and the National Prosecuting Authority will decide, not the minister or not the commission, the prosecuting authority will decide who must get prosecuted. So I don't know why you itching that you want to choose. In other words, who must be prosecuted according to you. Then what is the result of all these processes if you want to choose on your own? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we proceed to question 7.2, asked by the Honorable Kaola to the Minister of Health. Over to you, Minister. 7.2.
I thought the coalition between DA and EFF is about municipalities. Now it looks like it extends to other things. Honorable Member, Honorable Kaule, 350 ambulances.
Order, Honorable
Am I
Mukwele.
protected?
Order, Honorable Mukwele, order. Honorable Mukwele, Honorable Mukwele, please don't drown the minister. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure what, according to Honorable Kaula, what is the meaning of the word unused? Because as far as I'm concerned, 350 ambulances were procured for the 2010 FIFA World Cup. These ambulances were fully commissioned and deployed into emergency operation prior to the commencement of the World Cup. Those ambulances were even showcased publicly, and on the day of showcasing them, they were dispatched to 4 areas where there were World Cup activities. They were dispatched to Durban, to Pietermaritzburg, Port Shepstone, and Empangeni. There were World Cup activities here in the form of practices or teams relocating there, and there were ambulances there. After the World Cup, KZN has got 11 districts. After the World Cup, the ambulances were proportionally dispatched to those 11 districts. So when he says unused ambulances, I don't understand very well whether he means they were dispatched there and parked by those hospitals or clinics, but they've been active since the World Cup as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaola, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you then.
Switch it on, Honorable Kaola. Try next door. Try the other mic, Honorable Kaola. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Minister. No, Minister, I think you are misinformed. The KZN NCOP delegation, together with the MPLs from the province, had a provincial week. Sisonke district, which is now Herikwala district, recently, which is last quarter of the year. Amongst the concerns that were given by the district was that at instances, patients suffer, which lead even to death because of non-availability of ambulances. So when the minister says ambulances were distributed proportionally, what kind of a proportion is a proportion that doesn't give another district ambulances to be able to service communities, because there is shortage of ambulances in KZN in the districts. So what I'm saying, Honourable Minister, is there are ambulances lying unused in Wentworth, whereas districts are suffering shortages of ambulances. That is what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Honorable Kaola. Honorable Minister.
I think Honorable Kaola asked a wrong question then, because the question was about 350 unused ambulances. And I've outlined how the ambulances were used. It was not about shortage. It does not mean that if 350 ambulances were dispatched, there might not be a shortage. There might be. Then you should have asked a question about the shortage. In Sisonke, yes. My question was answered. And I said in 2010, it might be, yes, in 2010 the ambulances were dispatched. to each and every district proportionately. I never said after they were dispatched, then they were adequate all over. That's the second question which you should have asked. But the first one about unused, I responded to you. They are being used, full stop.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are moving to question 85, asked by the Honorable Member T.G. Mpambo Shibukwana to the Honorable Minister. 85.
Yes, the question is about shortage of medical equipment and chronic medication, as well as ineffective management at Rob Ferreira Hospital in Mpumalanga. Honorable Member, just like the issue of ambulances, it might be difficult for me to stand here and say all the equipment is adequate in every hospital, but I don't think we have experienced an undue shortage in Rob Ferreira, but still be that as it may, from the National Tertiary Services Grant, we have set aside 10,322,000 rand for the year 2017-18 financial year to buy more equipment for Rob Ferreira. That's the first thing we have done. The second thing about the shortage of chronic medication, we also don't know unless the member can specify which medication. And I'm saying this with all the confidence in the world, because since the problem of we have experienced the problems of drug stock outs. I'm sure you no longer see it even in the press, even from Section 27, which used to have a special committee dealing with drug stock out. The reason being that we have instituted two systems. One is called SVS, which has been instituted in all the clinics in the country, whereby every week the nurse has been given a special cell phone where they decode the code on the medicine, and then they tell us if there's a stock out. For the hospitals, we have got what we call the RX solution, and this is how it works. Every time a medicine is prescribed or dispensed at the dispensary, that medicine is subtracted from the total stock. That means in the computer, you will say, I've got 100 Panados packets. If one packet is dispensed, it gets subtracted, it says 99, then 98. When it arrives at a particular number, maybe 50 or so, the computer automatically puts in a message, which we get from the center in Pretoria, regardless of where the hospital is, as long as it has got RX solution. And we get that information every week. By the end of last week, that system, RX solution, did not report a shortage from Rep Ferreira to us. It didn't, unless the system is no longer working. But the second thing about management, what we know about Rob Ferreira is that last year around June, the Health Professions Council warned the Department of Health in Mpumalanga that they will never allow them to train interns because there's lack of supervision for the interns, and they don't think that is adequate. Since that time, we insisted that Mpumalanga Department of Health must correct this mistake, and they did. They hired 10 medical officers, 1 gastroenterologist, 2 orthopedic surgeons, and 1 sessional psychiatrist for the purpose of supervisions of interns and Rob Ferreira. And at the beginning of this year, the Health Professions Council gave them a go-ahead. That's why there are 44 doctors doing internship in Mpumalanga, because that issue has been corrected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Mpambo, do you have a follow-up question? Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this question is based also on the recent visit that we did at Rob Ferreira in Mpumalanga. We were with Honorable Minister, with Gideon Mashiho, when we walk the streets there, and we had witnessed that this administration, even the triage system, is not working very well. The triage system, people who were there when we were there from 6 o'clock a.m., were there till 12 o'clock, and we interacted with the people. Gideon Mashiho, the Minister of Mpumalanga, was with us. There's no reason to be defensive in this. Honorable Minister, Rob Ferreira, I do know, is not the only hospital across the 9 provinces that is facing these challenges. And Minister, the chronic medication, we want it to be specified. The chronic medication is medication for diabetes, high blood pressure and all that. They were saying the shortage there is impacting on the patient to an extent they have to come back the following day and still no justice is being done on them. In light of our constitution, Honorable Minister, that enshrines the right in access to healthcare services, this is entirely impermissible and it is unaccepted. For how long must patients, ordinary South Africans, wait to be treated with dignity by being afforded the quality healthcare which is still lacking, specifically in that hospital where we were, and we had interacted with the people in the presence of Minister Gideon, who alluded and attested to our findings when we were there. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpambo Shibukwana. Honorable Minister.
Your question said nothing about the triad system. When you tell me even the triad system was not working.
Order, Honorable Shibukwana.
Your question said nothing about the triad system. You specifically asked about shortage of equipment, shortage of chronic medication, and the issue of administration of Rob Ferreira, right? Honorable member, can you give me a chance to answer the question? Because you asked and I never intervened. I was very disciplined. Can you show similar discipline, honorable member?
Please, Honorable Shibukwana.
Yes. Now, I will appeal to honorable members. Whenever you visit provinces, be it in health or in any other, I'm sure you are experienced politicians by now. You know that when people see somebody from above, they lodge lots of complaints, unending complaints. Please bring them to us and be specific. I'm not going to sit here and defend, as you say, I'm defending or protecting myself. I can't. These are patients, and if they die, it's trouble, even for me or for every South African. But I would like to know the specificities. Let me tell you this issue of drug stock outs. That's why we even put up this RX solution, etc. Sometimes people tell us that, no, we don't have treatment for diabetes in this hospital or clinic. When you go, you find that that particular drug has got 2 different doses. Let me give you an example. It's one for 50 milligrams and one for 25 milligrams. When the 50 milligrams is finished, even when the 25 milligrams, that's why doctors and nurses have to do mathematics. You just add to give them 2 of the 25 milligrams. Patients have been returned and told that, no, the stock is out. That's not the stock out, honorable member, and I'm not defending myself. The reason that we put RX and RVS is because, for instance, we used to be told that we have run out of ARVs. I can assure you, since 2009, this country has never run out of ARVs. Never. Why? Because in Centurion, we have got a center where we have got stock. 10% of all the stock of ARVs is kept there at any one time to guard if there is no stock around the world or if there's a disaster. We put it there, we don't touch it. So the only time that we'll say that there's a stock out of drugs is if that 10% is gone. What then happens is that the people don't order, they don't follow their stock very well. So we give them these 2 instruments, the RX solution and the SVS, so that we are able to follow. And I'm not here to claim that at no stage can we not run out of one drug. Even private pharmacies or the biggest hospital in the hospital cannot have everything forever. You are using private pharmacists here. You do go, sometimes they tell you, this one we don't have at this point in time. The biggest question is there a solution to that problem? Now, if you go once and come back and say, no, we found no drugs, be specific that this and that drug ran out of stock for this period of time, then we'll go and investigate, because at the moment, I rely on the RX solution because it has never failed us. Provinces that don't report stock out, we even phoned them and said for the whole week, we never got any report from you. The SVS, for instance, honorable member, let me tell you how it works. We have got a big map in Pretoria. That map has got each and every clinic in the country, electronically, on that map. Once the nurse takes that cell phone, it's a special cell phone with a special application. Once she scans this what you call here, once she scans what is on the medicine bottle, if there's a shortage on that map, whether she's going to tell us or not, it will start bleeping red. And we'll see that this clinic is red. Whether the nurse has reported or not, it says red. If it says amber, we know that they still have stock, but it's low. If it's blue, we know that everything is okay. If the map doesn't show, we know that that nurse is not scanning. At the end of that week, then we'll phone and say your clinic never showed either green, red, or amber. What's happening? So we do have these control mechanisms. But I'm not going to start here, stand in front of you and lie, and go to each and every hospital anytime you'll find everything. That has never happened, not only with medicine, with any type of stock. You don't go to Woolworths and all time find everything that you want. You don't go to Pick and Pay and all time find everything that you want. There must be a measure of control. So if you went to Rob Ferreira and didn't find something for diabetes, don't bring it here as a general shortage. Tell me, on this day, at that moment, this type of milligrams of diabetes, this type of drug for diabetes, I mean to say, was not there. Then I'll investigate and tell you, and believe you me, I've never hidden anything. I'm not that type of a person. If it's wrong, I'll tell you, and I'll tell you how you're going to correct it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are called honorable members because we are expected to be honorable. It also help to be factual. Honorable Minister, you're still going to get a report of the oversight in Mpumalanga. Specifically, Rob Ferreira was visited. We will by then expect you to respond on some of the issues that we find there in Rob Ferreira. But the fact is about Rob Ferreira, without defending again, because we can't defend medical-related issues. Two issues that are outstanding, out of all the issues that were raised in the committee when it visited before us, were addressed, except two issues. Two. One issue is at the reception, where people are received. Those people who find there, not the staff now, not the MEC, the people waiting, they were saying, those people there, they are busy with their cell phones, playing with the phones, not attending to them. In terms of the dispensation of medication, they did not say it's shortage. It takes long for them to be attended. That is the report. I'm trying to correct it about Rob Ferreira, but the report is coming, Honorable Minister. We will decide whether we debate it or we present a report. My follow-up question was going to be on the two issues. If you could assist, follow that one up. They raised an issue of a system that is delayed by national. We said we're going to invite both national and provincial, but they raised that issue. The system, patient system, they raised that issue, but your official was there, Honorable Minister. A patient registration system, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. The Minister will await for your report. Honorable Minister?
Yeah. Chairperson, I am of the opinion, this is my understanding, the reason that you pay oversight visits is to go there and find problems and report to us so that they get corrected. Yes, that's the reason of oversight. You are helping, you are overseeing us and the people there in the peripheries, and we appreciate that because it's true some of the things we may not know, or some of the reports we get might not be true for that matter. So when somebody pays an oversight and goes there, it helps us. Then we'll go and check exactly what's happening. The report about the National Department delaying a patient registration system. First of all, Honorable Member, is very common. This issue is very common. The former public protector experienced it, and I was very angry. Every time provinces are unable to do something, they just said national, national. That's why even DA and EFF here, regardless of what the Umbat is saying, they were saying national, national. They are imitating what's happening. There was a time when we were told.
Order, honorable members.
Yes, now on this issue, it's not a delay, Chairperson. Honorable Dlamini is very important because I want you to understand this. The 9 provincial departments of health.
Honorable Mokwele, Honorable Mokwele.
The 9 provincial departments of health since 1994 have spent 4.5 billion rand on health information systems. But today we don't have a national health information system because they were procured individually in provinces. So let me tell you what that means. It means if a person is on ARVs here in the Western Cape and they change and they go to Gauteng, we won't be able to know what has happened to them. Or even worse, it means if a patient moves from one clinic to the other, collecting, for instance, ARVs, we may not know. We know for sure that is happening in Limpopo around Musina. There are people who do that every day, but you can't have a proof. What we then did as far back as 2010, because this issue internationally of information system is not an easy thing, we then slapped a moratorium on this type of procurement of information system. And we said part of the reason is tenders, you know. This one issuing this tender, this one issuing the other. We said on this system, we can use state institutions which have got capacity. The CSIR, Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, we've been working with them from 2010 to find a system that is suitable for the country. They eventually did, and we've started implementing it. And as I'm standing here in front of you, to implement that patient registration system, we've already dispatched 11,000 computers all over the country. They've been installed. We've put up what you call a unique patient identifier. We have completed it at 1,800 clinics as I'm speaking here, still continue on to the others. What that system will do is that
Order, Honorable Mokwele.
No, she wants me to look at her.
Please don't look at Honorable Minister.
She's itching for my
look at me and respond to the question.
Yeah, well,
don't look at her.
Yeah, some of us are very handsome. You can't help it. And so when a young lady like that is itching to be looked at, I mean, you can't complain. But I was looking at Honorable Dlamini. Yes.
So some of you, Honorable Minister, are handsome, and all of us are beautiful.
No, now, in areas where this system has been implemented, and it's very important.
Order, Honorable Mokwele.
There are areas where patients have waited for 5 hours just to get the file. In areas where we have implemented this system, and I'm not lying, you can go and check, it takes 45 seconds for the patient to arrive there and say, I want my file, until the file is released. And eventually, this system is going to move into an electronic record system, where the patient just arrives, we press something, their name is shown. At the moment, as I'm standing here, on this new system, we have registered 6 million South Africans. All of you here, you are going to register. All of you. Yes, as long as you are South African. We are at 6 million, we are moving to 52. We'll register you. So I'm not delaying it. It's there, it's coming.
Your time, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwele, you know you can't do that. Honorable Mokwele, you know very well that you can't do that. If ever you have a point of order, you need to raise your hand. Please. Honorable members, and including Honorable Mokwele, we are moving to question 127, asked by, my apology, Honorable Faber, you are the last one on this one. Honorable Mokwele, please. Honorable Mokwele.
Yes, Chairperson, some people are living in a fool's paradise. Any case, Chairperson, let me just ask the question to the Minister.
Honorable Mokwele, I did not allow you to speak. Honorable Mokwele, Honorable Mokwele, you can't do that. Honorable Mokwele, please take your seat. Honorable Mokwele, Honorable Isaac, Honorable Isaac, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Mpambo Shibukwana, Order, Honorable Julius, order, please. Allow your honorable member from the DA to ask his question. Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chairperson. To the Minister. Minister, if the department has any plans to address the equipment was the first question. Now the follow-up which I want to ask is, for instance, when we did oversight in Uppington at the new hospital, there was state-of-the-art equipment, but there wasn't doctors available.
Order, Honorable Faber, please hold it up. Honorable Mukwele, I'm asking you for the last time, Mama. I request you to please keep quiet.
Yes, Chairperson, I see she wants to be released earlier, I see. Chairperson,
Honorable
no, I would just
Faber,
like to
Honorable
know...
Faber, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Dlamini.
As we did not agree that earlier, Honorable Mkwili calls another member a white man, but to say other people are living in fool's paradise in this house, on the mic, and we just leave it, no.
Honorable Dlamini, I did not hear that one.
Chairperson, I can clearly state that my exact words that you will find in Hansard is that some people
Honorable
are living
Faber,
in a
please
fool's paradise.
stick to your question. Ask your question.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson.
Honorable Faber, please
thank you.
don't provoke anybody in the house. Just stick
I
to
would
your
like
question.
to know, Minister, the Uppington Hospital with the state-of-the-art equipment. When we did oversight, we did find that there was beautiful equipment, but unfortunately that the doctors were not there to be able to work with some of the equipment. Is there some way that your department can perhaps assist, that we get doctors that is adequate to be able to work with this state-of-the-art equipment in emergency situations?
Honorable Minister.
Indeed, we will do so, Chairperson. One of the problems that we experienced in the Northern Cape, which we are trying to solve, was that they took a decision that because doctors don't want to go to the far rural, you know, Northern Cape has got vast distances, then they put up community health doctors in Kimberley. Whereas the whole concept of community service, not community health, sorry, community service was to make sure that each and every hospital, regardless of how far it is, how rural is it, it gets doctors. We have just corrected that issue from this year to inform them that when they send in community service doctors, they must first choose the areas where doctors ordinarily don't want to go and populate those first. And they say, no, South Africans don't want to go there. Then we said, if they don't want, we'll eventually give that place to foreign workers because there are quite a number of them who are looking for jobs in the country. So I do agree with you. But lastly, Chairperson, when I mentioned the issue of 10 million rand in Rob Ferreira, I was not trying to say we don't have a problem for equipment in the country. Actually, our decision with the Treasury was that to solve this problem, we must stop all provinces from ever acquiring equipment on their own and let the chief procurement officer procure the equipment for the whole country. We believe that is the only way we'll solve the problem. And in that regard, we have already appointed a special equipment committee. They've drawn what is called an essential equipment list. South Africa since 1994 has been having what is called an essential drug list or medicine list, meaning the medicines that must be used in the public sector. We never had an essential equipment list. We now have it, which will tell you that a clinic at this level needs this equipment, a hospital at that level. And that equipment is going to be procured by the chief financial officer in the Treasury, or at least we hope so, or at least that's what we agreed on. Then from then on, we look at whether there are doctors who are well equipped to use that equipment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was the last follow-up question. We now move to question 127, asked by the Honorable NP Koni, who is not in the House, but the responsibility is with the Honorable Matebula. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Member, let me try to reorientate both yourself and the House and the public at large, because this is a problem global on this question. Before I give details about this issue of clinics, the reorientation I want to give is that commonly and wrongly, people believe when we talk about primary health care, we are talking about the clinic. Primary health care is a big spectrum that rests on 3 pillars. It's not only clinics that constitute primary health care. One is a system. You know, if you go to the draft white paper on NHI, we have actually said the heartbeat of the healthcare system is going to be based on primary health care. It means 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, prevention of diseases. Stop people from getting sick even before they go to the clinic. That is one of the most powerful elements of primary health care. Number 2, promotion of health. Go around promoting health, which you know I've been doing. Don't eat this, salt, what. And some of you, of course, have been complaining very bitterly. That's why I was disappointed this morning, and I must mention here, when I read in News 24 that SABC have complained that they are losing money if we put certain regulations against liquor and junk foods. I couldn't believe a public broadcaster can ever say that, because they are saying our children must keep on being poisoned for the public broadcaster to get money, or that there must be drunken driving and all this for them to get money. That's ludicrous, you know. I couldn't believe. I hope the new board will condemn that type of action. We are doing it because it's promotion of health. And lastly is the issue of clinics. Actually, the issue of prevention is even there in the Freedom Charter. It says a preventative health scheme shall be run by the state. And we have not yet done that. The reason that Cuba is regarded as the best country in primary health care, it's not because they've got the best clinics. It's because the issue of prevention of this and promotion of health is the strongest in Cuba. And with it, they've eradicated certain diseases. Now, when you look at primary health care in the Northern Cape, I want us to look at it holistically, not what's happening in the clinic. And holistically, I can report to you that in the Northern Cape, we have got 126 ward-based primary health care outreach teams, which must visit families. They consist of 1,857 community health workers. And they've already done 34,000 households. They've already visited them to take an audit of who is there, who is suffering from what, and all that. And they've done 260 follow-up visits. That is primary health care. I can also report to you that in terms of primary health care, in the Northern Cape alone, we have registered 17,587 pregnant women on the Mom Connect, whereby every week they receive messages about the stage of their pregnancy, that you are now 20 weeks pregnant, go and do this, go to the clinic, go and do that. We've got 17,000 on them. And I can also report that using that concept, we have screened in the Northern Cape only 9,889 school kids for physical barriers to learning, hearing, oral hygiene, and you know, in the whole country, by the way, we have screened 4 million of these kids. That's primary health care. We have also immunized, just this year only, 5,023 school girls for HPV vaccine to prevent them from getting cancer at all. And I'm here to report that since we started this HPV vaccine in 2014, we've immunized 1 million school girls, still going. That is primary health care. Having said so, the question here was about Betsi clinic, that it closes early. That is true. The clinic used to close at 16 hours. We extended it to 17 hours. Now the question is that it must be open for 24 hours. Now, next to Betsi clinic, 4.5 kilometers away from it, there's Ralishiwe Day Hospital. That day hospital has recently started to operate for 24 hours. So there's no reason to panic about Betsi Ralishiwe. That will be what you call it duplicating services if 4.4 kilometers away, 4.5 kilometers away of that. So the Ralishiwe Day Hospital will solve. But I just wanted the House to understand primary health care extends beyond clinics into communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Matebula, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Anna Tatobako, so far, me and Laini, could this issue ya go the clinic in Kwata, South Africa, not on a specific area, to operate at 24 hours, especially from rural areas. I can give you an example in my hometown in Malamulele. There is other clinics who are operating 4 hours a day. So what is your intake about those issues?
Honorable Minister, thanks, Honorable Matebula.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we have never claimed, nor might it be very necessary for each and every clinic in the country to operate 24 hours. It might not be. We actually choose. Some of them are just health centers where there are visits. But if there's any particular clinic which opens only for 24 hours, when there was an agreement, because there must be an agreement, in fact, in terms of the ideal clinic model, we said each clinic must put on the gate the hours of operation and say we operate from this time, and that must be in agreement with the department and the community. So if there's any clinic that works for 4 hours when it's supposed to be working for more than that, please give us the name. It might be that somebody's cheating. We do get reports, yes, that pregnant women arrived at the clinic, they found it closed, but yet the working hours are from 7 o'clock in the morning, maybe to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And they tell you we came at 3, it was closed. That is cheating. Please help us with that information, and I promise you will take action.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwele.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo le minister. Re lebogela thuto eo re e fang minister mara go botlhokwa gore ga re botsa potso wa re be potso e re botsang ra itse gore what is primary health care. Re ne re batla response ya gago mo a specific area, and we are glad that re go irile aware gore go na le clinic ko Galeshewe e leng gore e tswalwa ka 4 o'clock e le gaufi le healthcare center, and we are happy that the people of Galeshewe through us will now get proper services in terms of what is needed. If it was not of us, those people will be still having a health center that is closed at 5 and a clinic that is closed at 4. But because we made you aware that there is that thing that is happening in Galeshewe, we are very happy that you have intervened, Honorable Dr. Minister. Thank you.
That was not a question, Honorable Minister. It was comments. Yes, I really want to congratulate the NCOP because they are hard at work. I'm sure she's referring to their house. Honorable Minister, allow me to really thank you for availing yourself this afternoon to come and respond to all the questions. Thank you very much. And in your response, don't listen to Mokwele. In your response, really, we have learned, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. A round of applause, Honorable members, for the Minister. And now we are moving to question 76. Let me take this opportunity and welcome you, Honorable Minister, and ask you to take us through. The question was raised by the Honorable L.V. Makwebu from Eastern Cape. He's asking the Minister of Higher Education and Training, who is in the House. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the NCOP. And thank you for the question. The Council of Higher Education, which is our quality assurance body for universities, has 3 major mechanisms that it implements in carrying out its quality assurance function.
that is the national review process, institutional audits or reviews, and the accreditation or re-accreditation of programs. A program is identified for a national review for a variety of reasons. The Higher Education Quality Committee, which is a substructure of the CHE, may decide that due to concerns it has about a program or programs on offer in the higher education sector, that a review is opportune. Or in the cyclical development of national standards for a particular program, a national review process follows automatically. Or a profession itself may feel that a national review may be opportune due to changes in the environment and the kinds of graduates required. Any of these may trigger a process to review, leading to clear outcomes, which are then publicized, as is the case of the Bachelor of Law, otherwise known as LLB review. Now, I will leave the detailed answer here. Because of time, what I just want to point out is that in 2012, in the specific case now of the LLB, the South African Law Deans Association, these are the deans of laws in our various universities, extensively deliberated the matter of whether the CHE should undertake a national review of the LLB qualification or not. So this came from the universities themselves, who wanted a review of the LLB. Ultimately, an agreement was reached that a national review would be appropriate to strengthen the quality of legal education across South African universities. Also, at the LLB summit held in May 2013, the South African Law Deans Association and the legal professions, which includes the General Bar Council and the Law Society of South Africa, reiterated the need to conduct a national review of the LLB program. And by the way, these reviews are done by experts who work under the authority of the CHE. The finally approved version took into account comments and recommendations received from all quarters of the legal sector, and it took place during 2015-2016, utilizing the approved qualification standard as the benchmark. Lastly, the LLB National Review process from inception to completion was not inordinately long. For it to be reliable, credible, and rigorous, the process requires extensive consultation process of engagement with institutions, followed by due scrutiny at the level of the CHE governance structures, which are responsible for the final decisions in terms of its well-established policies, guidelines, and procedures. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Magwebu, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister. Thank you for the response. Much appreciated. Be that as it may, my question then is, Minister, don't you think since this process, the LLB review process, it took too long? You said now it started 2012, the report has been tabled now 2017, so it took a whole 5 years. Therefore, the worry now becomes, what will happen to those students, because there are those universities, because I think there's a dozen of universities that are affected, but there are those universities that are given 6 months to remedy the situation or they lose accreditation. What will happen to those students who are studying LLB currently? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Magwebu. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, the review did not start in 2012. The discussions took place from then. The law deans were discussing the matter, as well as discussions amongst the legal bodies, like, for instance, the General Bar, as well as the Law Society. But the review proper started in 2015, so it wasn't long. But it does require that there should have been a lot of consultation in the lead up to what you may regard as actually the real review, which is what started in 2012 with the discussions and engagement amongst all these bodies. Because as I say here, there was also a summit that was held in May 2013, which was debating this matter. In fact, it's been in the media for quite some time. But the actual process of then undertaking a review was done in the 2015-2016 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the Honorable Hatton.
I'd like to thank you. Thank the Minister.
Hold it up, Honorable Hatton, please take your seat. Honorable Minister.
I'm sorry, the second part of the question, can I answer it?
Yes, Minister.
In the next question, which actually deals directly with
You still have time.
what
You can answer it now. You still have time.
No, I would prefer to answer it because there is a specific question 101.
Okay.
Which is the next one, which deals with the matter that he's asking, Chair. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, thank you very much. Honorable Hatton.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, the Minister indicated that these processes actually come a long time, discussions, etc. Now, may I ask, and is the Minister willing to divulge if there are similar programs that are also being investigated that the standards may be questionable? Not LLB, veterinary sciences, whatever.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. I may not have all the details, but I can give you examples that come to mind. For instance, we've been reviewing the social work program at, amongst others, UNISA and other places. And we've put them on terms to actually say if they don't correct certain things, as well as the medical school in Limpopo. That's another institution that has been under review by the CHE to make sure that standards. The CHE is almost all the time consistently reviewing a number of programs arising out of the one or a combination of the processes that I've outlined that normally lead to necessity for a review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In the absence of another follow-up questions, we can move to question 101, asked by the Honorable Member Hatton. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, for the question. A notice of withdrawal of accreditation of a program by the CHE through its Higher Education Quality Committee means that the institution offering the program has been warned that if they do not meet the set standards and quality criteria for the program, they are at risk of losing their accreditation. The affected institution has 6 months during which to address the HEQC's concerns and reasons for the notice of withdrawal of accreditation. Therefore, none of the programs that have been put under notice during the current review of the LLB has lost their accreditation as yet, and would only do so if they fail to rectify the issues identified. Notices of withdrawal of accreditation of the programs do not affect graduates who obtained their LLB degrees before this announcement, so it doesn't apply retrospectively. Their qualifications remain valid no matter what the final decision of the Higher Education Quality Council is. Current students enrolled in the respective LLB programs are not adversely affected by the notices as they enrolled for the respective programs while they were fully accredited by the CHE and legitimately part of the institution's program and qualification mix. Even in the event of the institution not meeting the requirements within 6 months of the notice and their accreditation being withdrawn, students currently enrolled in the program will become part of CHE-approved teach-out plan and will be awarded a fully accredited qualification on completion. Lastly, Honorable Chair and members, in the event of accreditation being withdrawn, a university will not be allowed any new first-time entering students onto the program from which accreditation has been withdrawn. In such a case, if the institution wishes to offer the program again in future, it would have to apply to redesign its curriculum and reapply for accreditation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah,
Over to you.
it is certainly reassuring that there are institutions looking at the quality of qualifications and our courses. However, I would like to ask the Minister the following. Now, I would imagine that if students who were used for the review of the program were in fact handpicked as opposed to be randomly selected, it would render the entire review process questionable. I think we all know that there's a season for protests. It's normally in the run-up to exams, and then, you know, campuses become ungovernable. In fact, media reports have made these allegations that disgruntled students were interviewed, in fact, queued up to be interviewed. Can the Minister emphatically refute these allegations and to perhaps also say that, assure us, that the methodology that was followed over the period of the investigation can be trusted and is above board? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to say here, I've got complete confidence in the Council for Higher Education. They have an incredible track record, and they've served our university system with distinction. I may be wrong, Honorable Member, but I suspect where your question comes from. Northwest University, whose LLB is under threat. And here is a summary, very briefly, of what the CHE says about the LLB at the University of Northwest. The Faculty of Law, with particular reference to the Potchefstroom campus, provide an improvement plan that addresses the lack of substantive integration between white and black students, and the sense of alienation felt by the black students as a result of the actions of some of the white lecturers. Now, the big problem identified by the CHE in relation to Northwest is a problem that at least has been at the center of the transformation effort by that university. Because we have been having two universities in one. We have been having the Potchefstroom campus, which really was like belonging to the old apartheid white South Africa, and the Mafikeng campus, which has remained largely a Bantustan campus with very little, and this inequality has actually been reproducing itself. Even the quality of the LLB lecturers at Mafikeng as compared to Potchefstroom has been very different. And then the CHE, rightly so in this instance, said, you can't be running two LLBs in one university. You must run one LLB, same quality, same standards, and also address the issue of integration. I know there have been accusations from that university that a few black students were interviewed, and therefore they came to this. But if there were 10 black students or 15 who were interviewed who complained about the fact that they feel alienated, they are not integrated, that's enough for the CHE to say, if a section of the university community doesn't feel okay because of institutional culture and programs, as has, by the way, been shown by the Roads Must Fall campaign, because it actually, amongst other things, addresses those inequalities and institutional cultures. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Magwevu.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Just another issue I want to just follow up with you. You have indicated that in those universities where they are given 6 months to rectify whatever, findings that the CHE have found, that they need to be corrected. Then if they do that, then all will be back to normality and the LLB studies will continue. But now if those universities fail, you have also indicated that surely the CHE will put up what you call the teach-out plan. Now, I'm sure students are anxious to know, as we're talking here now, what is that anxious plan? Are you saying Are you able to tell us the details perhaps? Will they be taken to other universities that are meeting the criteria, or they will be brought to one, a center where I would say one law school so that they can continue whilst the university is still, battling to sort itself out? Are you able to give us the details of the teach-out plan that the CHE will roll out? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of those technical details as to what they exactly do. I'm sure, taking my own experience as a former university lecturer, it would take many forms. You could actually be allocating your staff in such a way that they provide supplementary teaching to those students in order to try and correct the deficiencies that are there, but in a temporary fashion. Because you will then actually need to, now that the Minister of Social Development is coming in, I can make an example, that for instance, one of the things with the UNISA social work program was the number of lecturers per student. Because social work has got intensive practical work. You can't actually have, for instance, one lecturer to 30 students. You need much less than that, so that we are able to provide practicals. So then, if that program is deregistered, but there are students who are finishing, then you need some measures to ensure that at least they are able to finish a credible program, whilst the institution then is actually designing the program anew and properly in order to be able to deal with that. It could be a mix, it could be anything, it also depends on programs. But that's the CHE's prescription, that there must be a teach-out so that we don't jeopardize those students who have actually been already in the program, who were registered whilst the program was still recognized. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question is from the Honorable Member, Mpambo Shibukwana. Over to you, Honorable Mpambo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mphathiswa, kwi-constituency yami eSaldanha, kukho i-college ekhoyo apho abafundi kumele into yokuba bagraduate. Bandixelele into yokuba basecicini lokuba bangagraduate ngoba imali yabo yakaNSFAS, though bexelelwe into yokuba ithunyelwa khange ifike ncakasana kubo. Into ethetha uba ikhona into ehle ngomlenze okanye urhwaphilizo olukhoyo. Bendicela kwiofisi yakho, Mphathiswa, uncede ezintsizi nezintsizana uzikhusele, uziprotecte njengomphathiswa ojongene nelisebe lezemfundo apho kuphuma khona imali zikaNSFAS, ngoba asikwazi ukuyisa kwiprovince ngoba yi-national competence. Bendicela uniqinisekise Mphathiswa wami into yokuba uzayilandelela le nto kule college yaseSaldanha, nakuba undinika igama lomntu yokuba ndinike inkcukacha ngale le nto, ndiqinisekile ndawuyenza ngemlenze engenamkhenkqe. Ndiyabulela tata.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpambo Shibukwana. Honorable Minister.
Ilungu elihloniphekile noma sekuyinto entsha le ayiphakamisayo, kodwa into ebengizoyicela ukuthi ngicela ungilethele imicikilisho ama-details enkinga kulelo kolishi. Ngiyakwethembisa ngizoyisukumela ngoba le ndaba kaNSFAS ayikho inkinga encane, noma ngabe kuthiwa incane kangakanani ngiyayisukumela ngoba sifune neyodwa ingane ezophazamiseka ekufundeni ngokuthi ayikwazanga ukuthi ithole usizo, uxhaso uma ngabe kade ilidinga. Ngivumeleke sihlalo, ngibonge nanokuthi akumnandi la e-NCOP siphuma siphetha intonyana ezincane bakithi. Siyabonga kakhulu engathi kuyaphilwa kulendlu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and we really want to thank you for availing yourself. And believe me, all the ministers received a token of appreciation today, but you are the only one who really appreciated it. They did not say anything about it. So you deserve a big round of applause. And I believe you did not forget the question that you said you'll respond to it. That question. He did. Okay. Thank you very much. That was the last question to you, Honorable Minister. We are now moving to question 65. Before the Honorable Minister can come in, Honorable Minister from Social Development, we really want to welcome you in the House. And I would like you to feel free and respond to all the questions. Honorable members, thank you for the respect you gave other ministers. I believe even here we're gonna get the same respect. We are now going to question 65, asked by the Honorable Member Dlamini. 64. This one. Okay. My apology, honorable members. We are going to question 64 asked by the honorable member Manopule, who is not in the House, but the Honorable Dlamini has been delegated to take care of the question of Honorable Manopule. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Member, the Adopt an ECD campaign has recorded a number of impressive successes since its inception. ECD was declared a public good and is part of an apex priority of the present administration because it forms part of education. The campaign was integrated into the NDA Civil Society Development Program, and it's part of our work with non-profit organizations. The focus for our ECD interventions included provides teaching, learning materials, ECD infrastructure support, vegetable gardens development and support in ECD centers, occupational health and safety support, and compliance ECD practitioner training and development, and institutional capacity building for ECD managers. In the past 2 years, the NDA has taken over the National ECD Awards as part of the development aspect of the program. In partnership with private sector, NDA has successfully raised 20 million rand to expand access to better quality ECD services. We're also proud to report that we've been able to build ECDs, brand new state-of-the-art ECDs in Dukats, Eastern Cape, Mokopong, Limpopo, and in Dukats, one of our ECD practitioners is today a graduate that was forcefully removed from a farm, and they were left in Dukats and fought very hard to ensure there was an ECD, and we had to assist them through the campaign, and therefore they have a Siaka ECD center. We've profiled 164 ECDs. We have capacitated 189 ECD centers on institutional capacity building. The NDA has also enrolled 82 ECD practitioners up to NQF level 5, and they can apply to study at a university or to study or pursue a diploma. The NDA has introduced throughout the country mobile ECDs in areas where there is poverty. Throughout the country, we have donated, or NDA has donated more than 20 mobile ECDs. And we also have 60 workers. It's 2 ECD practitioners per mobile ECD and a driver. And usually a driver is a male so that they can provide security and support women on difficult issues. And we must congratulate NDA for the work they have been doing, because infrastructure development for ECDs is part of a local government. And therefore, we thought that the process is moving very slowly, and there are kids in the rural areas and informal settlements that are losing this.